Hold on.
All right, give me 1 second. All right, everyone, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. At this time, let's go to page number 4. Tia, would you please take roll?
Pamela Sloan,
Here.
Rollins Fowler,
Here.
Linda Cavazos, Greg Malkovich,
Here.
Jay Kenny,
Here.
Paula McNaught, Christina Brockett,
Here.
Wade Colson.
Present.
McNaught's here for now.
Oh, hi. Okay, hold on. Brian Freeman,
Here.
Rand Sorensen,
Here.
Alex Woodley, Keith Whipperman,
Present.
Dennis Holmes,
Here.
Miles Baldwin,
Here.
Ken Parker,
Here.
Austin Mayo, Tammy Habig, here. Teresa Burrows,
Here.
Domingo Rivera, Dave Henneman,
Here.
Alan Townsend,
Here.
Xavier Atheum,
Here.
Trey Lundeen, Emerson Wendell, Elsie Moore, Timothy Jackson,
Here.
Neil Lombardo,
Here.
Bart Davis,
Here.
Sean Fitzsimons,
Here.
Kate Segura, here, and myself too, Wonder.
Thank you. We will now go to item number 23, the financial report, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jackson.
Just going over the financial report, you had the audit as well. Moving forward, I will make sure to secure a new auditing firm for our association. Make sure we get that in place for our July audit. My plan is to reach out to them in the next couple of weeks here to finalize that, get that taken care of. Take a look at the budget, the colored sheet with the amount in there. You can see where we came in with basketball were low. I attribute that to weather. The storms in the north were quite impressive. The fact that we played shocked me. I'm gonna be honest to tell you that if I don't say it again publicly, thank you to Washoe County. Not only did they keep the buildings accessible, they were on top of everything, getting cleared, and we were very fortunate. So came in a little low on the basketball. We did run into the first time in my history, and I think Bart's history as well. We sold the venue out. We reached capacity and went over in one venue for basketball. So we were very happy there. Unfortunately, we had fans that had turned away, but they ended up getting in later as the crowd dissipated from the one game to the other. But it is indicative of the fact that our venues in some states, in some situations, are not large enough. Like football came in well. Football came in a little bit lower than projected, but not much. Soccer really blew the doors off the bus. And so did wrestling.
Teachers, this is a tardy lockout. Please lock your doors. Not allow students in the room without a tardy pass. Once again, tardy lockout.
For the majority, if you look down the colored signs, green means we're over, light yellow means we're trending below it, light green means we hit it right on the nose. If you go over to, I would say page 3, where we get into the, there's a conglomerate of red. The first one I want to note is, please note that the 123% over facility expenses is not indicative of what our facility expenses are running. The way we're billed for a lot of these, they put together facility expense and security into one. So with the new auditors coming on, and when I talk about these fractional CFO later on, what I want to start doing is breaking our budget. This budget has been established for decades in this manner. I want to start breaking it down into a more linear and more microscopic view of what we're paying for everything. And there are some things that we should be budgeting together. To me, tournament officials and officials' travel expenses are an official's cost. So Ellen and I have been working, and I want to thank Ellen for all the information she gave us on not only what the officials cost, what are we paying for airfare and what are we paying for hotels? So to me, officials' travel should be in there as well. So those numbers are skewed one direction as opposed to the other. As you see, it looks like we're running at 10% for security, but we're really not. So far, our security and facility expenses are running at about $140,000 of the projected 260. So we're right on budget there. We're doing exactly what we should be doing. Salaries are running a little lower than I concerned about what the new insurance premiums are going to be with the big beautiful bill. And fortunately, they didn't go up as much as I.
Good morning, Firehawks. Today is Wednesday, April 15th. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Go Hawks. Ms. Rocket, is there gonna be will there be announcements?
There will be a few, yes.
We should wait one month. Hold up.
Good morning, Ashley. This week is Best Buddy Inclusion Week. Be sure to dress up each day. Today is Ask Loyalty. Tomorrow, wear your favorite, like your or yours. Friday, for overload. For as much people as possible. Attention all juniors and seniors. It's your favorite time of the year, prom night. The prom flash sale will begin today through Friday for just $80. This will be the lowest price and is 1 week only. Remember, if you're buying a ticket for a guest, you must purchase a ticket and then you'll receive a guest pass. Can't wait to see you all there for an unforgettable night in Paris. This is just it. Your books have been shipped and will be arriving in just 2 weeks. Pre-order yours now and get your book before anyone else. Your books are just $90 and can be pre-ordered at the bank. Your books will be distributed starting April 28th. Reserve yours today. Don't forget the golden moment of this year. Seniors, we only have one spot left for grad night. Please see the thought if you're interested. First come, first serve. Are you ready for the spirit, the energy, and the fire? It's that time. Cheer cards are coming up. If you have school pride for positive attitude and want to do something amazing, we want you on the map. Mark your calendar for April 14th and 15th for Clinic Day. April 16th will be the official tryout day. The time will be from 2:30 to 4:30 p.m. each day. It's important that you have a current course physical. It is required to try out. No exceptions. If you got any questions, please stop at room 327 and see Coach Ross. Don't miss out on your kids before something special. Let's go, Fairhawk. Students interested in careers in teaching, IT, cybersecurity, or community health have an amazing opportunity through University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and the Youth Rebel Star Academy. Eligible students can earn up to 39 college credits at zero out-of-pocket cost, with potential paid apprenticeship opportunities. And some teaching pathway students may even qualify for tuition coverage through UNLV and PACC. If you're interested, see Ms. Muirhead through 811 or check out the flyer. Start building your future today, Grandma. And remember to always ignite your spark.
Okay, we good, Bart? Okay, back to that, so that's, back to what I was talking about, the, more delineation in the budget. I think it just needs to be more, it's one of those things we have to go through the QuickBooks and redo the accounts. My vision for that moving forward is that we, purge and merge so that we can clean it up and get a little bit more detail that we need. If you go to the next page, the last page, there's some right up there. NFHS publications, we are over expense budget there. That's a good thing. That means we needed to buy more rule books or handbooks, whichever the case may be. Our liability insurance went up about 5.5%. I'm budgeting more for that. That took care of any costs that we have associated with our liability insurance when we go to a leak. Make sure we're covered there. And make sure we had the right coverage for swimming, because those are not our venues, as well as any basketball at UNR that we had, or football. So insurance costs are not going down, as everyone's aware in your own life. This is gonna be going up, but we're budgeting more for that. Our legal expenses, no offense to Neil, they have nothing to do with. Are above because when Paul resigned in December, we had to pay Paul his rate for the time that was there. So we are over budget by quite a bit for that month and a half, and we'll be above on that as well. However, our hearing expenses have come in a little bit lower to date. We'll have some more of those costs that will be affiliated with these once we wrap up the year. Officials registration, that is a great problem to have, going over that with the $20,000 in insurance, which means our officials registration is much higher. That's on the back end. They register, they pay, we pay the insurance. It's a cost benefit to us to see that number up there. Same with the people trail. Register my athlete, that is the $60,000 that we budget. We're sitting at 5 right now because it balances out on the other end. We give them 55,000 in like in kind. So that's the 60,000 money in, money out. Weight management went up. That is because we had more wrestlers and more weight management that we had to do. I am meeting with Mr. Nevin in the next couple of weeks to discuss a new way of doing weight management for cost, to make it more cost effective for our districts. Because with the advent of bringing girls on as a fully sanctioned sport, we gotta make sure we have that done right. We're gonna work on that. I would like to go back to one item, and that is on the first page, the activity cards. You will see that we budgeted $100,000 for activity cards. We came in substantially under it at $8,750. The reason we came in under that number is if you will then turn over to officials registration, which is, where is that? That's where you'll see it. Oh, there it is, right below it. If you drop down about 5 lines, you'll see NIA officials registration fees. We budgeted 75,000. We came in at 121,000. That is not because we had a plethora of officials join our association. That is because we increased the fee for them, and included in that fee, we give them a courtesy card. So you would see the drop in the activity card profits, but then a substantial increase in the officials registration. So if you take those two, 175 is where we would be together. We are sitting at 201. So we had more officials and we had more officials register, and we were able to make a little bit more money on the other end of that. So are there any questions about the budget where we sit? Right now, we're sitting about 405 to the good, which is where we should be. That's enough to cover most of our spring, which is where we would need to be. I think we're gonna have a good spring. We will probably not see as much of a return on our investment at the end due to extenuating costs that were for this year and this year only. We had overrun costs for the Section 7-8 conference, which we nearly covered completely, but we still ended up having to pay a little bit out of pocket for that. And then our legal fees are gonna be a little bit higher. But I'm optimistic that we're in a good place financially. And there's that. Any questions about the budget? Okay.
Hearing none, I'm looking for possible action for actual. Mr. Wade,
Point Polson Region 3, I move to accept the financials as presented.
Mr. Kenny,
Second.
thank you. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, thank you very much. Mr. Woodley and Mr. McNaught. Mr. Woodley and Mr. McNaught,
Aye.
thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Since we have the audit here, do we need to accept the audit?
Yes,
So that was just,
that would
Financial.
get A.
okay. All right, so we'll go down to B.
No, I'm sorry. You did A and B. You have to accept C.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, I apologize there. You have to accept C. So A, B, and C are all in the first one.
Now we're going to D.
D, you gotta accept
Okay,
the audit.
thank you. Okay, let's go to D. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for that. Now we're looking for a motion for the 2024-25 audit. Mr. Polson.
Wade Polson Region 3, I move to approve the 2024-2025 audit.
Thank you. Mr. Whipperman?
Yep. Second.
Thank you. Any additional questions, comments? Yes, sir.
I would just like to thank all of the staff for being stewards with our money and and pointing us in the right direction. And you guys are doing a great job. And just want to let you know that we appreciate it very much. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, no, you good. Yeah. Signal. All in, let's take it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you,
Aye.
guys. Mr. Woodley, Fran,
Aye.
thank you, appreciate that. All righty, let's go to the liaison reports. Let's go to page 25. Give me one second. All right, let's start with Ms. Burrows with the Commissioner 4A5A Northern Region. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. So McQueen had a stellar year. They won the 4A state championship game. There was a dry spell there for a while from that perspective. Wrestling won the 5A Northern Regionals, making it the second time ever in program history. It took second place in state at wrestling. The girls ski team took second place at state, best finish in program history. Boys ski won state, which is the first in school history. So a lot of history being added to. And then cheer, Northern Nevada cheer and dance comp sportsmanship award, back-to-back champs from there. And then Dan Schreiber, assistant AP, is retiring at the end of the school year. Every time we see him, he tells us how many days he has left. He was given the State Award of Merit. So congratulations to him. And Galena High School track has a stud, Alyssa Dixon, has broken multiple school records, and those are 3 records that Eleanor Raker had for quite some time. In the 200 meter, 400 meter, 1600 meter, and long jump. She committed to Utah Valley University. And then Damani Ranch track and field, Shane Stewart broke the school's high jump 7 feet and is top 7 in the nation. Kennedy Wilkins, #1 in Northern Nevada discus throw of 120 feet. And then Maya Gisletta, girls basketball, broke 5 records in her career, surpassing 1,000 points in the career, but they didn't give me the other 4 from that perspective. I want to kind of comment on the alignment and the competition from fall into winter, and then we'll see it in the spring as well. They were probably the best played games. And in the competition, it was close. It was exciting. People were engaged. They were filling the facilities and everything else from there. So kudos to you guys for the alignment, because it brought some competition that was equal, and it was fun to watch. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing the stats on those kids.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yes.
What we do. Thank you again. All right. Ms. Havig, Legacy High School Administrator, the 4A5A Southern Region.
Yes, first, I would definitely like to echo what everyone was saying about winter, state championships. Thank you to everyone up north. That was interesting. When I flew in, because my basketball team was up there for state. When I flew in, I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun. We're gonna be playing these games. And they did a great job. It was fun. Like she was saying, venues were packed. It was awesome. So I was at Spanish Springs, but I don't know about all the other venues, but thank you very much to everyone for making it fun. Our winter state championships, boys basketball 5A was Coronado, 4A was Clark. In bowling, 5A state champs were Coronado, 4A was Rancho. Girls bowling, 5A Shadow, 4A Mojave. In flag football, the 5A state champ was Shadow Ridge, and 4A was Sierra Vista High School. And then lastly, 4A state champion in wrestling, Coronado. So congrats to all of them. Spring season, wow, I'm sure we're having the opposite problem with you guys. It's been hot. It's very hot. We've had some 95s, 98s already in February and March, so it's been interesting.
It's been lovely weather. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. So. Just so everyone knows, when I send out my, what would you guys like me to express concerns on? The principals already have their group, so mine is mostly coming from assistant principals and athletic directors. So it's the athletics departments at each school. Quite a few people, you know, we talk about AB 184 and its effects on public schools. I think it's not just the effects it has. A lot of people are wondering where the oversight is. We know that the NIAA doesn't have the oversight, but, you know, sometimes it's if there's a lottery system, but who looks at that lottery system? Who sees if it's an actual lottery system? Because we see kids that, you know, an entire team gets picked for the lottery. So I think a lot of people are wondering if there's anything that we can ask for, anything that we can do. To maybe see if there's if we can get some more oversight. There was a lot, and I tried to filter through and kind of. Filtering through can be difficult, I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of talks of just blatant recruitment going on right now. Hey, come play, we'll get you in. There was an assistant principal who told me that he has 3 kids on his campus right now that literally leave the minute the bell rings, it goes to a charter school to practice with their football team. My advice every single time is you have to report this, because if you don't report this, nothing will ever happen. So I keep telling everyone that. I don't know if it's happening or not, but I'm definitely hearing a lot about recruiting. Not so much from the private schools, but more so from the charter schools. And it's not all of them. It's just a few in particular.
Tammy, before you go on to, you're getting ready to transition to something else.
Yes,
I'm gonna let Mr. Jackson step in and address some of your
yes.
comments.
So the one thing we're dealing with, and it's at a crisis point, I will tell you, is the false information that is being strewn across the valley. And when I say false information, it's almost blatant lies, but we'll get to that later. The one thing we have done from our staff is Kate and I have had a meeting with the superintendent for charter schools.
Okay.
And I asked her point blank, walk me through your enrollment process. We don't oversee enrollment.
Of course not.
We don't have any say in it, but we can't dispel rumor if we don't understand. So what we did was we spent a lot of time with her, and she's very, very amicable to us. She understands our concerns. She's top notch, good. And she wants to dispel any of that. Terms that we are learning that we're going to start to present to you once we get everything done. Backfill. Charter schools have a requirement that their enrollment must be within a percentage of their capacity. When they are below that number, they have to backfill, regardless of when it is in the year. Some schools it's on a monthly basis, other schools it's on a quarterly basis, and some schools it's on a semester basis. We are also learning about lottery systems. What does your lottery system look like? What does your lottery system do? How does it function? The other thing we've done is Kate, I, and with their assistants, we are changing. If you remember, each year you'll get a membership renewal form for the schools. And it basically says, I agree to abide by this, 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 and this. But what we realized was that language was antiquated and out of date for the charters and the private schools. And then we realized, why are we sending them a different form than we send all of our member schools? Because we have an equity requirement within our regulations. We are combining those 2 forms together because guess what? We have public schools that have enrollment practices that we are aware of and how they work. So we're working very closely with that because we need to stop this. It needs to stop, because if that occurred, what you just said, and that school's not reporting it, then don't complain about it to you. Tell us about it. We investigate everything thoroughly and we stand by our investigations. So please know, we are planning on that. Kate, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I mean, I would just say, you know, the tough part when it comes to investigations and that we're seeing is that, you know, somebody will say something, the school is recruiting, but there's absolutely no evidence to back it up. And so based on our recruiting regulation and more AB 184, we're required to do a hearing, but that's only if we find merit. And if there's no merit, because there's no evidence, it's very difficult. So we understand that while it might be happening and people kind of hear it, whispers, whatever information they're getting, without the evidence, that's the difficult part for us. So I want to make it very clear that while, you know, yes, we are looking into these things, there's certain restrictions we have. We can't really push forward without any evidence, photos, texts, phone calls, pictures, things, yeah, all that.
But yeah, so if that's coming, it's coming soon.
And I definitely think that that education part piece will help, because I think I would agree with you 1000% that a lot of it is people just don't understand or don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm
Right.
not even pretend like I don't know.
And that's when X gets to his part of his presentation today in his report, I will dovetail another part of my report in with his. That is a component of what we're going to be doing.
All right, I'm gonna. Mr. Stallworth.
Yes, Starworth Board. When an investigation and accusation comes to going from a rumor to the start of the investigation, who's in charge of doing the investigation? If you hear an accusation and a rumor, do you start the investigation?
If I have someone bring it to me, it depends on if it has something to do with my school. If it doesn't have anything to do with my school, I report it to the NIAA, CCSD, whoever the sanction, like whoever I feel like is most appropriate. If it's at my school, yes, I absolutely start the investigation. And if it's at my school, I'm gonna start it before I ever contact anybody, because if there's nothing to it, I'm not gonna waste people's time. Cause being in this position, people will randomly find my email address, and I get a lot of, you know. And if I think I'll forward it on to, a lot of times I'll forward it on to the administrator or the principal at the school and say, hey, check this out before I even bring anyone else into it. Because they're gonna do the investigation and determine if there's any merit.
So you will handle it internally within Clark County of your school and the other school
I'll
involved?
forward it to the.
So the NIAA doesn't get involved at all at that particular time?
Unless I don't pull them in unless I think that there's something that's going on, and then I would pull them in.
Okay, so if that does take place and through your investigation and the school involved, once there is an issue that you think, oh, wow, this is possibility, is that when you turn it over to the NIAA, or could a school possibly do some kind of sanction themselves? to
Oh, we
district?
could, for sure.
Well, let me step in here, because I do know that John works really in my office, John's the one that. Anytime any investigations occur or some allegations or something within CCSD, he collaborates with the school, it actually comes to us. And then we typically will send the findings to the NIAA. And that's CCSD.
Okay,
Yeah.
But I think the question at hand is, what happens if it's outside of Washoe, outside of CCSD? And I'm gonna go back to you.
So by regulation, there's a couple things here. We're specifically talking about recruiting at this moment. Okay, so please understand that my answers are about recruiting. They are not about other violations. So any recruiting violation that is sent to us, the first thing we do is we contact the school that the allegation is made about. And we give them the information we have been provided, and we expect them to report back to us what they find. 9 times out of 10, I would say unfounded. It's unfounded. It's hearsay, it's rumor, it's innuendo. Anything that does go into that realm, then we have a hearing. And that hearing, the evidence is presented and a decision is made. And we follow 184. That's for recruitment. And districts can handle it internally and let us know. We can say, yes, that was great, good job, or we can say, yes, that was great, but we also think you need to do X, Y, and Z. So we can amend, and we can add on to any disciplinary action in which they take. And any punishments that are levied against the school or the individuals involved. So that's usually how that happens. Kate is involved with the regulation end with students. Sean is with the coaching end. So they handle those hearings.
And I'll just tell you too, just to kind of couple that, because I think the question is what happens when it's charter or private is what we're hearing, because obviously they don't have an overseeing body. So the NIA will take care of those. Charter schools, many of them that are under academica have their own lawyers that actually do full blown, they're not an employee of that school, investigations, and they report to us on those, and they're extremely thorough. And when it comes to private schools, it's us, we're the investigators in that sense. So just to give you a little bit of
Now, if it's a violation of our regulation, if Xavier Anthem High School says Tammy Habig High School has broken violations within regulation, by that regulation, the onus then is school to school first. The principal of that school will contact the principal of the other school, regardless of the membership. It doesn't matter if it's private school, public school, charter school. They will communicate. They will then work to resolve it. In the regulation, it says they work to resolve it. If that is not resolved, then the principal from that school will then notify our office, hey, this is what happened. This is what we did. This is what they said back. We want you to take a look at it. Now, understand, if it's a violation of our regulation, then we go through that process. Sometimes it becomes a personnel matter. We don't have any authority over personnel and we'll report back to school as personnel. So in certain situations, it depends on the process, but at the end of the day, we prefer by regulation, school to resolve, then school to the NIAA for oversight. So that's kind of a very 10,000 foot overview of how that stuff would be investigated.
Continue.
Thank you. And I think the next point, kind of along those lines, but I think, Coach Morocco brought it up earlier. That a lot of, people are saying, hey, you know we're not gonna talk about it yet, but when the next realignment cycle comes up, why can we look at a private charter? A lot of it comes down to we don't play by the same rules, which we play by the same rules. I try to explain to people, our rules are the same, our zones are not. That's the difference. You know, when we have our little 2-mile by 2-mile zone, whereas private charter kind of have the state of Nevada, really. So that's just been brought up, and again, and it's been majority of sports, like it's not just a, hey, we should look at it in this sport or this sport, it's across the board, it's getting to where everyone's like, hey, we know that we'll play against them, but when it comes down to playoffs, we want them to be they have the same rules, we have the same rules. And then lastly, and this one's kind of already been taken care of, I think we did the right thing. I heard a lot of concerns about the cheer and dance sanctioning and it just being way too fast, not giving everyone enough time to figure it out. I know I got fired a bunch of questions and I was like, I said through the whole thing, I'm on the policies and procedures committee and I still couldn't answer half the questions. So I definitely think we did the right thing by sending that back a year, getting everybody's questions and notes answered. So that's it.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna go to Austin Mayo, Lowry High School Athletic Administrator, the 3A Southern Region.
Northern region, but that's all right. Yeah.
As well, sorry about that.
You're okay. So I'll keep mine short and sweet because you guys have your letter there in front of you, and I'm not there in person, but not a lot of issues with the 3A. So I want to congratulate. Obviously, winter sports are all done. Congratulate our champions, the Meadows in boys basketball, Churchill County in girls basketball, and then Lowry in wrestling. And then our academic state championships too. Virgin Valley swept boys and girls basketball and wrestling, and then Moapa Valley in winter spirit. We hosted boys and girls basketball in Fernley, and then obviously wrestling in Winnemucca, and both were widely successful and great tournaments. So I want to congratulate those host sites as well. And then really the only question that's coming up in the 3A after talking to our Southern members as well is if there's been any conversation about taking girls wrestling and splitting that state championship into kind of a large school, small school. So we've seen a lot of growth in our 3A, 2A, 1A programs, but we are behind the 8 ball in compared to most 4A, 5A. And I don't know if you guys followed it closely. Most of the medalists were from the larger schools. So we were curious if there was some discussion about that to help continue grow those programs. But other than that, everything's going pretty smooth in the 3A. So thank you guys.
Thank you. See, if you could correct that on page 25, because it does read 3A Southern Region.
None of the other ones have them, so I'm just gonna delete that altogether.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, Mr. Parker, Needles High School Director. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No.
Apologize.
Sorry, should have looked
Can
up.
I just have a question for you, Jay Kenny? And sorry that I don't know every high school who's what, but on these, on the basketball for the state championships, Corona and all these, are any of these schools private or charter schools?
No, I only, because I let them congratulate the private, like,
Okay.
Domingo with private and then.
So this is open.
So these are the.
Okay.
School champions
as
well.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm gonna, again, Kit Parker, Needles High School Athletic Director, 2A.
Good morning, everybody. As well, you guys have my letter in front of you, so I'll keep it short. I just want to congratulate everybody and the 2A and their championships. Battle Mountain winning their first basketball boys title this last year. Congratulations to them. Pretty cool environment that they had after that winning shot. It was a good win for that community. Spring's a full season for us down here. 2A is going well. We have spoken to Mike Brooks. Everything's good in the north. 2A regional baseball softball will be held at the Meadows High School. I want to thank Philip Tao for the offer of hosting that and the work that they'll be doing. The regional golf for 2A will be at the Mojave Resort Golf Club at the Abbey, free of charge, which is a great thing for us. 2A State will be in the north at Tollbay Golf Club. 2A State baseball softball held in Needles. We are extremely honored to host this event. No other issues other than just our typical trying to get games, but as yesterday's meeting, we had the 6-quarter rule that should allow us to help something out in the future as far as football goes. And I want to thank everybody for their input and support with that yesterday. And again, if anybody has any data or any sort of information to help that process out, we greatly appreciate it. And other than that, we are ready to go for playoffs.
Any questions for Mr. Parker? Thank you again. All right, Miles Baldwin, Wells, Athletic Director, 1A.
So things are going really well in the 1A. I want to congratulate our winter sport champions. Boys basketball, we had Smith Valley Bulldogs. That was their second in a row. Congrats to them. Congrats to their coach, David Fick. Girls basketball, Pyramid Lake. Great game there. They came back there in the fourth quarter for their 4th state championship in a row. And then one that's kind of close to me, he's a 2A state champion because wrestling, the 1A schools compete 2A. It's a kid I coach in football, Johnny Glasscock, Wells High School, won the 132 pound in 2A going up in region, so, or a classification. So I just want to give congratulations to Johnny. Huge thank you to Reno High School. That was a great venue for our tournament. That was awesome. 3 great days of basketball there. A thank you to Lowry High School, Austin Mayo, City of Winnemucca for hosting state wrestling. That was another awesome venue. You know, our kids, our coaches, our families love having the venue. They love watching. I know we had, I think it was 4A down here, but seeing the 5A schools wrestle there, seeing 3A, seeing girls all in the same time. A lot of good feedback there. Spring sports are going well. Similar to 2A, just numbers. We've lost a couple teams. We've lost a baseball team in the north, and a softball team in the north. Just the reality of our small schools. Sometimes, you know, you get 1 or 2 kids injured, and that's that. So we're just kind of going with the flow on those things. And then I actually wrote this to get it in the packet. So some things have come up after the writing of this. So I want to thank David Vick and Smith Valley for hosting state baseball softball this year. That'll be good. As well as Hug for hosting state track. And the one I think we're gonna have 3 very exciting state championships there at the end. I have 4 boys and girls track, the baseball, softball, all 4. There's 3 or 4 teams. It could be anybody's day that weekend, so it's gonna be a fun end of the year. I want to congratulate Bill Webb. He was a longtime official. He's in the list of Hall of Famers this year. He reffed games that I played in, and then, you know, he's reffed, and you hear sitting in the stands, you'll hear grandparents say, yeah, he reffed for me. So big congratulations to Bill Webb there. And then I just personally, I want to echo Wade Polson, what he said yesterday. as far as, Wade talks to, district people, administrators. I talked to ADs. I have not heard a complaint about NIAA. We feel very well represented by the NIAA staff. And I feel like we're in a great spot for our small schools. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Comments? All right. Domingo Rivera is your former athletic administrator for the private schools.
I mean, we don't have much. Winter wise, I think we won 150 girls. Our girls won one state championship. Outside of that, we're just competing. Our job is to get out there and do the best you can, regardless of level of competition, or you just go out and play your best, and whatever happens, happens. So I'm very proud of all the schools for going out, building the team, going out and competing. And at the end of the day, if you win some, you lose some, it doesn't make a difference. It really comes down to the opportunity for your student athletes to show their grit and their toughness and what they have. And that's it. It's really.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. All right, David Henneman, Pinecrest Academy Cadence, Athletic Administrator, Charter Schools.
Yes, we have about a month left of the spring season, and we've seen some incredible things happen on the fields, courses, tracks, courts this past spring. I'd like to congratulate Slam, who won the 5A state wrestling title, and Somerset Losing won the 4A girls state championship. Also want to congratulate Ben Cofield of Portal Academy Reno for winning the NADA Athletic Director of the Year this February. So that's awesome for him and his school. Speaking of that, NADA, it was another great conference this year. I think Xavier and his board did an awesome job. Together, another great conference. It seems like every school year, go to this conference, it gets better and better. Just things keep improving. So great job. Keep up the great work there, Xavier. Want to say thank you to the football coaches, athletic directors from all the charter and privates. When this all went down, Coach Staggs over at Faith Lutheran had signed, kind of spearheaded this, and we worked together to try to set up a football season. And I think it was great to see us working together to come up with scenarios to see what would happen when we found out with schools that they're going to be in or out. And we're able to make, for most of us, the most ideal situation for our kids. We're working together and we came up with a solution. So kudos to those ADs and football coaches that got together with that. Our next tournament, athletic director meeting is actually scheduled for tomorrow at noon, and I know Tam's invited, Xavier. So we'll talk more about that in June, what happens at that meeting.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Dave. All right, Xavier Anthem, Executive Director, NADA.
Thank you, Ms. Sloan. Xavier Anthem, for the record. Everyone should have in front of them, hopefully, the newsletter that was done online, and then we adjusted it for printing purposes, so you all have it in hand. Great conference. We were up in Reno, where we found some winter weather, as Tammy explains. First time I've driven in snow in over 25 years. It was a little concerning. I wasn't sure if our planes were going to get there, but we made it. We did lose a few vendors. We did lose a few people that weren't able to come because of the snowy conditions. But all in all, it was fantastic. We had some great speakers that really had some unintended themes, but it was positive in that they were all talking about togetherness, networking amongst the North and the South. And I'm going to tell you right now, our colleagues, whether it's North and South, we have great camaraderie amongst athletic administrators and athletic directors. There's not a Northern or Southern athletic director that can't reach out to someone else from another part of the state that wouldn't be open to maybe getting a gym or getting a game going on. It just, there's great value in that togetherness. If you go to that second page, as Teresa spoke, Dan Schreiber was our State Award of Merit for the NIAAA. He's just an honorary old goat that we're going to lose tremendous value from him leaving. He has such a wealth of knowledge, is such a good man, and is just great for kids and a great mentor to many. So it's going to be a tremendous loss. The positive thing is we were able to rope him in to continue to teach courses at the Nevada Athletic Summer Institute. So he knows that he's a phone call away. He might say he doesn't want to do anything, but he will. he's roped in. Just gonna give a couple shout outs to some of our award winners that are here. Tammy Hayvig, Athletic Administrator of the Year. So, Mike Strong in the 1A, he's in house, so goes up. And I'll just throw out Jennifer Lopez got her CAA for the conference, so she got some love here for El Dorado as well. There you go. I know she's not here, but she was here yesterday. And then I just want to give a special recognition to Jerry Hughes. He was former NIA Executive Director, former NADA Executive Director, and just a great man. He was so excited to be honored, and he wore his very first NADA sweater, and he was just so honored and shared some great stories, and even a story that made me a little bit nervous at the end of the conference, but it ended up being a very positive story. He had me nervous. Moving forward, we did have the Section 7 meeting that was held here in Las Vegas, and it was very positive. So much so that Madison Moore, who was one of our NADA Scholarship Award winners, has moved on and was selected from Section 7 to represent Section 7 for the NIAAA Scholarship Essay Program. So she is one of 8, and so she has a great opportunity to potentially win that award and speak at the national conference in Phoenix. So we're fingers crossed that she's able to do that. So that's that page. If you keep moving on, you'll see an announcement. Kate Segroy, she has been selected as the vice chair for the NIAAA Credentials Committee. So that's awesome. Yeah, a little bit more work, but she's fantastic, and Mike Hunter in Utah obviously has great love for Kate and the work that she puts in. If you look at the bottom of that page, we just became 501c3. When I first took over this position, I already assumed that we were a 501c3 organization, but we were not, and I was scared. But we have gone through all the processes. Just a little over a month ago, we were official, so that's positive. But because of that, we've had a few adjustments, and we needed to add a board secretary. So Laura Hart from Rancho is our new board secretary. Rob Cottrell was our awards chair. He's obviously mentioned that he will retire at the end of the first semester next year. So Thomas Raymer has been selected to take on that role. And then to be more aligned to what the NIAAA does, where they have a president, past president, and president-elect, Shanoa Davis was selected as our new president-elect, so she'll take on that role. We're not kicking Nikki out. Nikki's still going to be president, but Nikki's now going to coach Shanoa up to take that process in. Shanoa put a nice little welcoming letter, and Shanoa has now received her CMAA. So again, going to the positive certifications and things that we're doing. Shanoa's just had a great year and continues to succeed. If you turn the page over, we had a little member spotlight. This is all Laura Harp's doing, and I don't know if you all knew, but we have a rock star in the building. It's awesome. Some of those pictures were awesome. I loved what Laura did with it, and she said, "Hey, I want to start off with Dallas." I said, "You couldn't have picked a better person." And then the pictures that came along with it, I'm like, "This is even more awesome." So that's fun, and as you all know, Dallas is tremendous. It does a great job, and continues to help and serve our organization.
Yeah, there's an upcoming concert.
The name of the group, sir?
The Velvet Fog is a Moapa Valley teacher band. They'll play May 8th at the Moapa Valley Theater, Monday morning assembly and the panelist band.
You didn't know we were multifaceted.
Didn't know we had Jack Black.
Oh man, I love it, Dallas. Thank you so much.
Metallica, a little bit of.
Man, I don't even know how to continue, but I will. I will. Last page, and then I'll turn it over. So, last year, at the end of the last school year, Kate, Bart, myself, and Tim, we continue to get, hey, we're getting a new athletic director. Hey, so-and-so's resigning. So, have an email that we put together, send a template out and say, hey, if you have any questions about eligibility, you want to work with Kate, anything about postseason, you work with Bart, and then we have a mentor. Dallas is running out of mentors because there was so many people. So I had an idea a while ago that I really want to do something over the summer to limit barriers. And NIAAA offers a grant that you're able to obtain 501, 502, and then 503 to essentially get your RAA. And we did that over the summer, but in collaboration with Kate, truthfully, and then NIAAA was like, hey, we need to do more than just offer a couple classes, where then we spurred on and had some general meetings and general things that really spurred into taking classes and learning how to use Activate and learning how to use Final Forms and how you schedule. And I think their first year was successful, so successful that, hey, we want to add more and make this bigger and better. So what you'll see in front of you is that we have a schedule that's laid out. We're going to be in the South at Rancho High School, and with Tim, right, and the idea of, hey, the athletic administration, athletic directors have to come to our preseason meeting anyways. Why don't we put this and work it together? Which I thought was a fantastic idea. And the positivity is that they're there, then they can roll into then kind of ramping up their knowledge of going into these different positions that they might be in. The thing that we noticed, or that we heard back from feedback from last year, was that, hey, our veterans wanted to get some opportunities to take some classes. So not only will we be teaching the basics, because we did get the grants again this year, but we're also going to open it up to 600 level courses and 700 level courses so that our veterans can also take additional coursework. Idea from Dallas is that he's our certification coordinator. Hey, we would love to offer the CAA exam as well. So Ken Parker, I know you're online. It's a great opportunity to get your CAA. So Friday, Saturday, July 24th, 25th, you'll see the schedules laid out right there. Like I said, at Rancho High School. And then on Friday, July 31st, August 1st, we'll be in the north. I know that we're still kind of working on that location where more information to come. Tim's helping us out with that, which is fantastic. And then the other piece that I don't know if I want to put the cart for the horse, Tim, and help me out. NFHS, have we heard?
Tomorrow.
Okay, so there's a potential. Are you good if I talk about that?
I was really gonna hope that I could talk about it.
Okay, I'll let you talk about
I would like to have some accomplishments today. Just gonna talk about one. You can leave that one for me.
I'll leave it. I'll bump it.
Appreciate it.
So again, just saying like, hey, we're super excited. I just want to thank the NIAA team for merging with us to really make this happen. And for everyone that has agreed, as you can see, we have, Tammy has agreed to teach. I just roped in Teresa, so she'll be helping us out in the north. Sean's going to do some double duty. Well, he'll do a class in the south, the same class in the north the following week. And, you shout out to Kate for really being a good teammate and really getting us going. So much so that hopefully our CMAA is on the way, as this was her project, which is fantastic. So hopefully we'll see her receive that accolade as well. So I think that's all I have, Ms. Lump. Unless you want Dallas to have a rendition of play this.
I have I'll help you. For CAAs, I want to make sure Tammy also got her CAA exam at the national conference this past year. And Dave also received his CAA from the native conference. So two other people that were here that did a certified. I want to make sure. Sorry,
That's why Dallas is on the board. Keep me in mind.
Any questions for Xavier? Kudos to you. Kudos to you. Before I turn it over to Mr. Jackson.
No, Miss Townsend.
I thought you were gonna piggyback
Well, I'd like to find out my answer.
on your board report. That's fine. Okay, Alan Townsend, NIAA, NNOA, Nevada Official Association.
Ellen Townsend, liaison. You have in your packet my report. I've got a few other things just kind of to add to it that have come up since then. Appreciate the opportunity to share this information with you. Broken it down a little bit again, compensation. I've heard back that most schools associations are up to speed. Schools are paying, districts are paying them properly. I know volleyball in the north, they report that they're still waiting for one school to pay for their fall matches. And so that's pretty delinquent, but try to get onto that. Obviously, everybody knows the increase in gas prices, that's going to affect officials considerably. They are paid mileage, but in most cases, they're not paid mileage. And so that's just more out of pocket expense for officials. Recruitment, retention, shortages. I don't have any information to report on the Officials Appreciation Week since basically it was last week. So I hope to be able to give you some information in the June meeting on how that went across the board for officials and their associations. The SNOA, as far as recruitment and shortages, their numbers that they report this year to last year, they've increased a bit in all the sports except for softball, which has seen a small decrease, not really significant. Track and field officials, That's where they've seen the largest increase. And then most of the North associations, the NENOA and the Central, still are short in the required and needed officials for those sports. Doesn't mean that they're satisfying the schedule, but it means that a lot of those people are just working like crazy. The SNOA would like to thank the Las Vegas Raiders once again for hosting the NIAA State Flag Football Championship. They will be holding a training meeting for officials at the Raiders practice facility in May or June. They're going to open that up to all NIAA football officials from around the state. Send out that information as they once they finally get that finalized and know what's going on. Kind of some special recognition during the state basketball championships out in Fernley, the 3A. We had a little history in the making. It was the first time that a crew was composed of 3 women. So that was a pretty big deal. We had Denise McCabe from the NENOA, Delaney Kreiner from the Northern Basketball Association, and Brittany Blankenship from SNOA. Kind of a long time coming, pretty big accomplishment having women in all these associations to be represented at a pretty high level. I was really proud of their accomplishments and the associations for recognizing what they could contribute. And again, this is a recruiting plug to have women join. It's kind of hard to want to be a basketball official or any kind of woman official in a sport if you don't see anybody out there like you, who, makes it more difficult for women to join. So that was a big deal. Sportsmanship. The data on the winter ejections, I'm going to cover that later. But just to tell you that where we are, we had 122 winter ejections with 5 bench clearings. When I put this report in, we only had 21 spring ejections. 11 of those were coaches, but as of last Saturday, 12 more ejections have occurred. Most of those again are coaches, so we're up to 33. Some other items. Learned that Arbiter Game. Arbiter Game, that's a platform offered by Arbiter. We have a number of schools in the 3A in the north and the east. They've started using this Arbiter Game to input their schedules without any of the associations knowing that they were doing that. So it was kind of a surprise. Suddenly some changes were just popping up in their system and not knowing what's going on. My understanding, the northern 4A, 5A schools and some 1A schools are going to be using that as well. So we need to have some training conducted with schools, associations, and Arbiter to try to make sure this transition to using this Arbiter Game platform is a little bit more maybe we can get into it without having some sort of surprises. Shot clock update. I stated in the January report, so I'm kind of repeating a little bit of information here, but just as a refresher, did have some first year issues involving some malfunctioning clocks, shortage of people running the clock, and then the operators that just needed some additional training, which could be expected since it's the first time we had a shot clock. We had associations looking at different solutions to try to recruit more timers and scores. We've had associations doing virtual and in-person meetings, and they'll continue to do that in the future. I know that we're going to try to put together a little shot clock committee to see where we are as far as our scenarios and how we can kind of improve that for the schools and for the officials that are working those clocks. We did have uniform issues this year, specifically in basketball. So we'd like to have, prior to teams and schools buying those new uniforms, which is a big expense, making sure their mock-ups meet the NFHS uniform requirements for whatever sport it might be. We still have schools wearing the wrong color. Home is white in basketball and away is dark, and seeing all sorts of things and illegal numbers and things like that. So we're trying to get an email out to ADs throughout the state, reminding them, hey, before you approve this big purchase for uniforms, you want to make sure your uniforms are legal, that sort of thing. Spring contests, Again, we heard extreme heat, Southern Nevada, big concern with baseball, softball and track on those artificial turf fields. Temperatures were way up into the 90s for most of March and temperature no doubt continue to be a concern. I know the SNOA is trying to tell their people, make sure you're hydrated properly so we don't have everybody passing out there. Northern and the Northeast contest started off pretty good with some great weather and then bam, Reno, cold, snow, wind, few rainouts, but not a whole lot. We know it's spring sports. Northern swimming, both schools and officials learned recently that Carson meets would not happen due to some construction delays at the city of Carson. So this caused a kind of a scramble to get their schedule realigned. Then it's not like they have extra pools to go to, but they did have a school down in Douglas who said, hey, we'll open our pool for 2 weekends. So that really helped solve that problem. In remembrance, the SNOA had a member, Joseph David, who passed away after suffering a medical episode during a softball game in late February. And I was on the phone with Vince on that for a while. And he joined SNOA in 2018, refereeing volleyball, ranked softball. He worked regionals, state tournament last year. Also in the North, former basketball official Ray Salazar passed away earlier last week. 2 huge losses to both the SNOA and Northern Basketball and just the whole state's officiating cadre. And then lastly, I'd just like to recognize and congratulate Billy Webb over in Elko for his Hall of Fame induction. I don't know if he's also retired. He was also the city's coroner. So, officiating coroner kind of thing. So congratulations to Bill. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Is there any chance to use the new pool facility in Reno? If they can't use the one in Carson?
Oh, you mean for their regular schedule? Well, the problem with, because I talked to Kendra Follett on this, is a lot of these pools already have things booked on those specific days, but it was great that Douglas could open it up and then she shifted some schools to go to Truckee on those days and some things like that. So I think they've got it worked out. But it just threw a wrench in it because not only was Carson not available, they usually use Fernley and Fernley had things that were going on, so they couldn't use that. So they were really limited on their phones.
Thank you. Anybody else? Do we have any of the student liaisons?
No.
No one's online?
Elsie texted, they have state today, so they're traveling to that.
Oh, that's right. They're on their way to Reno. All right. Mr. Holmes, Pershing County District Superintendent Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dennis Holmes on behalf of the State Superintendent Group. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for showing up and with your continued service. It is much appreciated, and I'm certain to say that not acknowledged often enough. So thank you. As the spokesperson for the Superintendent Group, I would like to encourage you to thank Adam Young from White Pine, Daryl Parsons from Churchill County, Joe Girdner, Story County, and Joe Ernst from Washoe County. Incredible leaders and incredible people who chose to retire. Just did some quick math in my brain, probably 110, 120 years of service amongst the 4 of them. And it's sad to see people go, but it's exciting to see people come. And being familiar with some of the transition, the new people, I know that while they will be missed, we have good people around us still, and we're always thankful for that. So I would encourage you, if you run across these people, to extend your thanks and gratitude. They're more than deserving of it. And with that, Madam Chair, that is my report. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, all right, just a couple things I have. First of all, the Sunset Committee, I know Mr. Jackson will elaborate a little bit on that. I was the one initially contacted by them. And I got this email, President Sloan, you're the board president, blah, 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 please ask. And then I reached out to Tim and said, help, what's this? And I want to thank staff, Tim and staff, because they had to answer a questionnaire. Again, we will go on May 22nd. I'm not gonna get in the weeds because I'll let Mr. Jackson do that. And we will present in front of this committee. The second thing I want to share with you is I'm retiring.
Oh, that's big. What are you?
40 years. And as I was told yesterday by Greg, you're working for free. So anyway, yeah, 40 years is a long time. So, my last day is, when is it? August 4th will be my last day. So, and I want to, still got you. But I just thought Mr. Jackson is aware that's going to be a shift because I do believe I have another year as president. I believe one more year.
You have one more year as president, but you also have be renewed your position.
Correct. My position renews.
Your position renews.
At the same time, you will need to find a vice president, I understand too. And finally, a topic of discussion yesterday was the evaluation. Going forward, I'm gonna make the recommendation that maybe you guys look at, taking a look at the evaluation. If you wanna change it a little bit, calculation, percentages were discussed, maybe take a look at that. Maybe you need a new course of action for the Board of Control to do the evaluation staff, and I'm a firm believer that you should incorporate the liaisons. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Put together a report and I want to add a few things to it. The joint interim standing committee on education, March 17th, Mr. Roy and I went up there to present. We decided we could have done it two ways. We could have done it remotely or we could do it in person. We thought it was important for us to be in person. Name and face, shake the hands, make sure that they saw that we were there and committed. So we went up to Carson and presented directly there. We included key updates on the implementation of the new sports sanctioning process, which if you recall during the legislative session, I reported out that there was dramatic concern from the legislature that parents and schools and administrators did not know how to get a new sports sanction. There was nothing written down. The board took action. We wrote a process, procedure, policy. We got it submitted. We got it back in the LCD. It's in place. We're utilizing it. We did that since, let's just be honest, this last July. We worked with our report on the alignment of 184. The bill sponsor was very gracious in thanking us for what we did. She was very appreciative of our work and we continue those communications. We reach out with her and other members of the legislature on 184. We shared the transfer activity, which has been significant with 476 cases reported at that moment. There have been more since then, obviously, but increases in the mental health hardship claims and recruiting allegations that we've been investigating. We identified ongoing challenges in maintaining our financial sustainability. I appreciate Mr. Kennedy's kind words about our stewardship of the money, but I will tell you it's a finite number. There is a misconception that if we have checks in the checkbook, we can write checks. We can. They'll bounce higher than the basketball gym. But we are on the precipice, folks, of financial struggle. We are always skirted along that line and we need to be very cognizant of it. Our costs are going up and our revenue stream is pretty finite when you think about it. We have money that generated through our Playfly agreement, which we know is a $280,000 a year, plus whatever rev share we get. With no offense to Brady, I never count on the rev share. I count on what I know is coming in. Our dues to our members is a finite number. It's actually going to go down. We've had some membership decline this year. We're going to have a member that is no longer offering a high school program, so we'll lose one member, which is a loss of financial money. It's not a great loss, but it is a loss. More importantly, it's a loss of a member school. And then the rest of it comes from our gate receipts. And gate receipts are driven by a couple of factors. One, matchups. Matchups matter. Two teams that travel well, two teams that don't travel well. One team that does and hosts, one team that doesn't and travels. The other thing is weather. Weather, we were very fortunate, and again, I'm going to say it again, thank you to Washoe. Thank you to Fernley. Thank all of our sites. did great jobs in basketball and wrestling. And, flag football and all of our winter sports, skiing and everything else. But schools that are the gate receipts fluctuate greatly. We cannot rely on them. We estimate. So I just want us to be aware of that we face some financial struggles moving forward. Cost of doing business. I worked for a very wise superintendent, my first part of my career. We worked for a wise superintendent. He always said, the one thing you cannot factor is CODB. And he used to say that all the time, the cost of doing business. Our cost of doing business will always go up. But if we are not generating money to keep pace with that, we'll have to make sure we make the right choices. Right now, we're in a good place. I think we're fine. We're doing okay, but I always want to keep an eye on the finances as best we can. We fielded questions concerning the NIA regulations and other matters, and we felt the interaction, the presentation went well. We had good feedback afterwards, and I was very happy with that. Moving into the Sunset Committee. The Sunset Committee presentation was moved from its original date to May 22nd, which is fine. We'll be there. The staff will continue to prepare for this meeting. That questionnaire was intense. It was detailed. We want to make sure that we're prepared. We're waiting to hear back from our lobbyist as to exactly what the Sunset Committee seems to be looking for moving into the meeting so that we can address those. As a reminder, as a refresher, the Sunset Committee is a statutory review process overseen by the Legislative Commission. It evaluates whether certain boards, commissions, programs should be continued, modified, consolidated, or allowed to expire. They make that recommendation and it goes to the legislature. It was established through NRS 232. Yesterday, I thought it was 464. Obviously, I doubled. And that's why I don't ever try to quote regulation number. But the process includes periodic reviews supported by the Legislative Council Bureau, focusing on the necessity, efficiency, and our performance as a board. Or your performance as a board, excuse me. The final determinations, particularly those requiring statutory change, are made during the full legislative session. So they will make a recommendation and it will go into the full legislative session for 27. Functionally, the sunset process exists to evaluate whether certain boards, commissions, or regulatory programs should continue to exist or operate. When a state entity is created or later reviewed, the legislature may assign a sunset date, at which point it is automatically scheduled for review and potential termination unless affirmatively continued. So in other words, they could come back and say, listen, we think the NIA board should be rolled in with the water district board, throwing out a silly example. And they would then take that to the legislature and then they would discuss whether that should happen or not. Obviously, it's not something they're going to send us notice. We would be involved in those discussions at the legislative and we would know it's coming that way. But I just want us to be prepared for it. Last week, Mr. Lombardo and I attended the 2026 NFHS legal meetings. They were held April 9th and 10th in Indianapolis, and General Counsel John Black, just listening to John Black, the man has a wealth of knowledge that is just unbelievable. He's amazing. Meeting convened the State Association of Executive Directors and their legal counsel to address emerging legal issues in athletics. Discussions focused on the impact of technology and AI. We are using AI right now, staff-wise. I can't tell you what level everyone uses it. I'll be honest with you, as a former English teacher, I use AI to start a paragraph. I like it. But I also am cognizant of what it contains and where it is. They talked about legal precedent being set all over the country with AI issues. One that was very interesting was a lawyer actually submitted a brief to a judge that he had used AI and it cited cases that didn't exist. They were fake. There were no real cases. He never checked it. So knowing that, we're very cognizant of it. We're very aware of it. Constitutional and regulatory matters, student athlete issues, including NIL, transfer regulations and litigation and transgender participation, had great presentations from states that had some legal proceedings that mirrored some of ours. Only to hear that we were doing what was legally right, and that made us look good. We heard some very interesting cases, and then that was a wonderful involvement there. Governance topics including public versus private school tensions, legislative involvement, and NCAA developments. As we know, everything trickles down from the NCAA. We're seeing those things trickle into our world. We are ahead of the NIL. We are in a good place with our NIL policy. Matter of fact, during the meeting, our NIL policy was requested and I provided it. There was another request made. Kate, what was that? I reached out. What did Kentucky ask for?
Level 2, not including new information.
Oh, yes, level 2. One of our things that we do in Nevada is when you go to a level 2, a parent or a school cannot bring new information that hasn't been provided prior. So you can't, there's no gotcha moment with us. Well, we've been doing that for a while. We have it in our regulation. Some of the states don't, and they were facing the situation where they go to a level 2. If they had had that information, they could have approved or denied immediately and not gone to a level 2. So through our work with making sure that no new information is provided at a level 2 hearing, we were able to share that information with another state, and it made us look good because we did a good job there. The format emphasized both education and collaboration through interactive sessions and an open forum. And I will tell you, I enjoy the legal meeting profoundly because it gives us an idea of what's coming forward, what we're facing in the future, and where we sit. I'm going to turn it over to Neil. He attended this for the first time with me as well. And if you wanted to add anything to that.
I don't really have much to add. I thought it was really impressive, great group of people from throughout the United States, and I learned a lot. I really appreciated being there. So thank you for setting that up. It was a great event and really, really well done. I don't really like CLEs, but they were quick to the point. It was really, really well done.
New auditors, we have been, we were informed by Otis and Howard that they will no longer serve as our firm conducting the annual audit. In light of the development, we've reached out to various firms and sought recommendations from Otis and Howard. I actually asked them, hey, can you give me some recommendations? They gave me some. I reached out to them. Of those recommendations, currently we have 2 engagement letters that were sent back for review. We plan to select a firm by May to facilitate the preparation of the annual audit. It's important to note that we are experiencing a significant increase in costs associated with the audit for both the NIA and the NASC. As you can see in the budget, it was already up over 15,000, right where we thought it would be. And now going forward, we know to plan for that cost. Summer Institute and NIA fall meetings. This is going into with what Mr. Anthem had mentioned. We meet 4 times in the fall as a staff across the state. We give 4 presentations. By the 4th presentation, I'll be honest with you, it feels like we're just dialing it in. There's no engagement there. It's sort of like, gosh, it's the 4th one. We've been doing this for 2 weeks. We're traveling all over the place. And to me, it was click and post the same the meetings didn't have the meet they needed. We weren't reaching our schools where the schools were. We weren't reaching our new athletic administrators and athletic directors. Kate and X working last year on the Summer Institutes and starting that development. I realized that was an opportunity for us to create what I believe is now a mini conference in the state. We offer 2 mini conferences in the state. But more importantly, what I didn't want to do was I'm going to use Dallas because I just made eye contact, pull Dallas out of his classroom for the fall meeting or out of his building, and then turn around a week later and say, hey, come to this mini conference. And as his school, oh, wait, we're right in the beginning of this. So I reached out to Dennis with the superintendents and said, hey, if we do this on these 2 weekends, do any of your districts have any issues with this if we pull people? And they were fine. We got Dennis confirmed we were good from the responses he was able to get. And so we put these 2 together. So instead of doing 4 meetings around the state, we're going down to 2 meetings around the state. We're now dovetailing it into the Summer Institute with the NADA and adding into it the classes that Sean will teach on Final Forms, Kate will teach on Activate, we'll do the scheduling, Alan will be there for any officials types of things, and we're starting to build this out. But then more importantly is I've always been a proponent of the NIAAA coursework, the LTCs. I think that people who aren't learning are stagnant because if you're not moving forward, you're moving backwards. And so I firmly believe that. And so I agreed with X and Kate and everyone who said, listen, it's great for our new people, but what about our experienced people that need to move forward? The only time they can take those courses is the winter conference or the national conference. Let's get them some classes. So X started working on getting the classes that we take. But then there's a cost associated with that. Now the NIAAA will take care of 501, 502, and 503 through that grant. Well, I sit on the foundation board for the NFHS. And the foundation's job is to promote educational and important aspects that reach out to the schools. And they have a foundation, they have a substantial amount of money in that foundation. One of the things they did was a few years ago, if you remember, we were granted a bunch of AEDs that we could get to the schools for a reduced price. That was a foundation grant. The one that really intrigued me was they're doing one band. The amount of heat illness in band. Because those uniforms are huge. And think about it, if your football team is taking the morning and the evening to practice because of the heat, that means your band's out there in the middle of the day in the heat. So they're doing the Beat Goes On is the name of the project, and they're doing that. So I thought to myself, this is something that's right in that area. So I put myself in and submitted a proposal to provide the cost of the courses, not the 501, the 502, or the 503, but any of the other courses so that they would be free. Now, I did that, and I also told X that regardless if we get the grant or not, we're gonna do this. And I'll explain how we're going to do it afterwards. But I presented this. I presented it last week at the education meeting, or I'm sorry, the legal meeting. And at that meeting, I was taken aback at the response. The response was positive, but the response was, oh, if you guys start doing this, we could end up with 50 states wanting to do this. And I don't know if we can pay for those grants to all 50 states. So in other words, this is a great idea. We think it's wonderful. I don't know if we want to pay for this. So I'll find out tomorrow at 11 a.m. I'll find out. They go back to have a vote. I can't vote on it. Obviously, I'm on board, but I'll abstain. But I'm going to be honest with you. Doing it this way may be a cost of maybe $5,000 total, give or take. Taking the meetings and reducing them from 4 to 2 reduces our travel, reduces our hotels, reduces our flights, our food, all of that. And because the board agreed to go remote for 2 meetings next year, I just found the $5,000. So regardless of the outcome tomorrow, we're going to provide those at no cost to our administrators. So if Tammy wants her athletic director to take, what number are we offering, Dave? Which class is Dave gonna take? Okay, Dave will be able to take, so cost will not be a factor. The other thing we're doing is by moving the meeting to that Friday morning, an administrator and an athletic director can come to the meeting, do the part that they're required to do, and they're done. They can leave. They go back to their building, or they can stay for Friday afternoon and then stay on Saturday for it. So that we don't pull everybody from the building like we've been doing for years. The staff can then take a look at our presentations, which we are scrapping, and redo them to make them more, where are our people at that they need assistance? Not, hi, I'm Tim, I'm the executive director. Hi, I'm Kate. They don't need that. We don't need that. We need the meat and potatoes. So we're gonna present that. So I think what we've started here is, first of all, collaboration between the NIAA, the NATA, the NIAAA, the NFHS, all 4 major actors in our production. And we're creating a fifth that's just breaking down that wall that we need to break down. I couldn't be happier to work with X on this. He knows my belief in the NIAAA. I want every administrator of the state to be sanctioned and certified.
I hope not.
Certified and moving forward, because I think it would be great. And there are no financial barriers now. We've removed them. And doing so at 0 cost to the association. Technically, it's a zero-sum game, and 0 cost to any administrator out there who wants to start. So if you really want to do this, you can go to one weekend, get 501, 502, 503, and 3 additional courses. I'm sorry, side combo.
Yeah.
3 additional courses.
So we're gonna have 501, 502, 503 separately.
Separate.
And we'll have 615 and 708.
So you could walk away with 5 courses and pay nothing.
Well,
2 or 3.
2 or 3, yeah.
One or the other.
Same time.
Because the 501 and 615 will be at the same time.
Same time, sorry.
So the rookies can take the 501, the veterans can take 615.
So 3, got it. Okay, but there's 5 options.
Correct.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I'll go with that. So it increases our educational components for that. Travel upcoming is NFHS summer meetings in Salt Lake City. I'm going, Sean is going to be going, Ellen is going to be going because she will be receiving her, and have we decided if we're gonna call it citation, award, recognition, whatever, the award UFO poignantly deserved for years. She will be recognized nationally at the Salt Lake City meetings this summer. And Very important there. Other than that, I don't have anything left to report unless there are any questions. I'd be happy to answer at this time.
Any questions for Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Transition there and go back to. All righty. We're gonna swing around now. Let's go to item number 24. We're gonna talk about lacrosse. Please go to page 157. Get there. All right, we have some guests with us today, and I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Jack.
So this is today is the last step in the lacrosse implementation. Later on this morning, you will approve the alignment for lacrosse with the one division. And we'll go over any questions you have about that. But what I wanted to do on this last day of the meeting here today was to bring some gentlemen from the Lacrosse Association. I've been very fortunate that they've reached out and I've been able to work some scenarios through with them where they can answer any lingering question board members may have. And what I'd like this to be is it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it is for you. Just if you have any lingering questions about the implementation and the operation of lacrosse, how it's going to function in Nevada, what it looks like, or any lingering questions that perhaps we can't answer as an association. Like I'm going to start out with the first one. If guys want to come on up. Thank you. I appreciate you being here with us today. Oh, one more coming? Oh, we did start early. I apologize. Just check. Okay.
We can delay.
We can delay. We can wait a minute. So relax. We're gonna, want to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes. Finish the breakfast.
Okay, thank you for, break, everyone. The one thing as we've moved through the lacrosse, sanctioning and implementation across Nevada in a truncated timeframe. The one thing I wanted to make sure was that there were no lingering questions by any board members or any, liaison or any of our official associations. So what I asked and was granted very graciously was, we have online someone from the High Sierra League representative up north. And then we have gentlemen here that represent the southern area, which is the Desert Dogs and their affiliations. And they are here because I'm gonna be honest with you, what I would like is if there are any questions, that we have somebody here that can answer those questions. Not so much about the regulatory aspect, which we've already handled, about moving forward with the implementation. So what I've decided to do is I actually had a question or two that I wanted to ask because they applied to us. And then we're gonna open it up and have the gentleman that's online, Mr. Cutler's online with us right now, the gentleman down here, Jonah and his group, and they can answer these questions for us because these are questions I have from the association standpoint. So gentlemen, we're gonna put you on the spot. I'm sure you're welcome to answer or just deflect. But one question I've had is this: as we've moved through with our regulations, the question has been brought up: how many games in a day is it feasible to expect a lacrosse team to play? Like in basketball, we'll see a team play 2 games, maybe 3 in a day. Football, you're playing 1, no matter what, because that's by regulation. Wrestler may wrestle 4 or 5 times a day. What's a number that would say if somebody came back and said, hey, Jackson, that's just too many games in a day? What's a feasible number? That's what we're looking for. That's the first question. Yeah, please.
Sure, my name is Jerry Sieverts. I'm a teacher at Pinecrest, Sun Canyon. I've been involved with lacrosse for a long time. Heavily involved in the lacrosse community in Las Vegas here. That's a good question. Lacrosse is definitely not like a football 1 game a week sport. I would say it's multiple game per week, up to 3, 4 would be a lot, but 3 would be probably the most. Typically, a couple league games, maybe not a league game would be typical. That would be for like high school season, to play NFHS, regulation length quarters and things like that. I would say, anywhere ranging 1 to 4, probably mostly 2 games per week. There are, however, the club lacrosse events and whatnot where you would play 5 games in 2 days. Those would be abbreviated games, typically, 22 or 24-minute running halves, within a 50-minute window, but those are abbreviated. Those aren't like 4 12-minute quarters with stop time, things like that. So I wouldn't say typically you do more than 1 a day, full length. Could be done.
Question then. So if I go to a tournament, so a high school team has a tournament, is it feasible to play 2 games in a day there?
Sure, and that would be obviously to coaches. I think I've experienced in California where a tournament doesn't have to be any certain number of days. It could stretch over a few days or weeks even, and you can play up to 5 games, and that counts as 2 games because it's all within 1 tournament. So, and in those cases, I would still say lacrosse is typically at the high school level a 1 game a day sport. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I go to Xavier Anthem. Part of my, I'm in the Athletic Directors Association, but I'm also, I'm gonna have a ton of questions. So I'm letting everybody know. And I'm appreciative of you bringing this one up because I have heard that some states have quarter rules for the number of time that you can play in a day. So I think this question is extremely valid. And then you say, well, yeah, 2 to 3 games a week, 3 to 4 maybe. And then I'm glad you brought up in 1 day because I've heard in 1 day, typically you should play more than, I'll just say 6 quarters. Understand my knowledge of lacrosse is not high. Born and raised here in Vegas, so lacrosse was foreign to me, but I'm learning. So along the lines of kind of like Tim said, so I'm just gonna, to the board, I'll state that I think that's probably language that needs to be specific So that, because I know you said, well, leave it up to the coaches. Well, our coaches get creative. And so I really think that language needs to be specific to, hey, 1 game a day, 6 quarters a day. However, it's seen as pertinent. Just, I'll have more questions. So.
Sure, I think that as a new section sport, it'd be wise to maybe look at what other states have done. Utah's in their 2nd year of sanctioning this year. I don't know the rules that they have there, but they probably have figured something out. And we will have, in all likelihood, a variety of scenarios from school to school, whether it be a single varsity team, JV and varsity, a JV only. And that's probably what you're kind of talking about is, can you play multiple levels?
Correct.
You know, California, as I recall, if it hasn't changed since I was there, was you could play 1 level per day. So you could play varsity on Tuesday, JV on Thursday, varsity on Saturday, and be fully within, but you could only play 1 game. And so that's a direction to go. And that's where a lot of California schools have multiple levels. So that makes sense. I know in Washington, where it may not be sanctioned, there's something to the effect of a number of quarters rule, not only per day, but also per season.
Yeah.
Now there's obviously limitations in terms of how do you track that? You know, we're looking at like keeping track of individual players, number of quarters, it can get really complicated. I agree with you. There should be, or there needs to be some limitations from a per player perspective. I think addressing like where we are, once we see what teams and levels we have is important. I don't know that like trying to like put an overarching rule that doesn't fit where we're at. California's got a lot of programs, a lot of teams. We're probably more like Utah right now and maybe learning kind of what they've done. Because you will have like, I think we all want more teams. So if you're at a number of players, let's say on the boys side of 30 players in your program, that's pretty clean to have 2 teams. If you get to 36 to 40, you can have 2 teams and then you might not have to move players up and down. But I think it's good to have more teams and more appropriate level of coaching and competition and things like that. So maybe there needs to be some play between teams, but again, keeping in mind like the health of the athlete, what's too much in terms of a capacity, quantity of quarters perspective, or something like that, certainly needs to be outlined.
Yes, sir, Mr. Post.
Yeah, Wade Paulson, on the safety aspect of lacrosse, I am assuming, and I've watched a few games, but I don't know much about the sport. Is injuries and heat acclimation and is that kind of, does it mirror like football, you know, concussion, knees, that kind of thing? Those are predominant injuries? And
That's a good question. Lacrosse is a spring sport. Okay. So I think everywhere, I know there was maybe early on discussion here, but like everywhere else, it's a spring sport, it's an NCAA spring sport. So it's maybe more some colder weather. You know, when I played collegiately, it was the January days that were much more difficult than the late May. So that's not a huge deal. From like a concussion perspective, lacrosse, I compare it much more to like hockey, where it's more jockeying for position, bumping, and things like that, less than football, where, you know, on any given play, you could have a pretty severe collision that involves kind of the head and neck area. So yeah, are there concussions? Of course there are. Are they always contact? Not necessarily. It could be whiplash, it could be other things. Technology from a helmet perspective is super advanced. And so, and the officiating and the rules and anything that FHS provides really tries to protect players and see things like that. You know, the non-contact stuff exists just as much as any other field sport like soccer, things like that with knees, ankles, and things like that. Which is inherent to every sport.
Thank you.
Coach Color, are you with us? Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Gotcha, perfect. Okay. I'm gonna throw this one your direction so that I can get perspective as well from the 2 different types of programming. One of the things I've heard is we're gonna have a lot of new coaches. Where can our coaches turn for assistance in learning to coach? Where are there governing bodies, are there coaches associations out there that we can provide that information to our member schools and say, hey, if you have a coach who wants to get involved, this is where they go?
Yeah, so like right off the top, the 3 easy ones, US Lacrosse has a extensive library of coaching resources that any coach can go there and pick up drills, and practice plans, et cetera. So US Lacrosse is a great resource for new coaches. Then the collegiate, there's two collegiate organizations, the men's, the IMCLA, and on the women's side, the IWCLA, and they both have extensive libraries of college coach drills and inputs, things that that a new coach could tap into and use to build their practice plans. And then on a more like local level, I know in the North, the High Sierra Lacrosse League, like we will stay intact to oversee youth lacrosse, and most of us all coach high school lacrosse and would be available to come and mentor new coaches. Like if you had a women's basketball, a girls basketball coach that wanted to take on a lacrosse team, we'd be happy to come and guest coach at some practices and help them get off the ground and understand what they need to do.
Great.
And hey, can I just one go back on that last question? The girls game, the boys game and the girls game are very different in the game of lacrosse. And so in terms of like safety and talking about concussion and injuries, things like that, the girls game would be more akin to basketball than any other sport. Like there's not the same level of contact that there in the girls game that there is in the boys game. And it really is, like Jeremy said, positioning and fast moving, like it is not the every single whistle, the contact of football.
Thank you. Any follow-ups from anybody? So the next question I had and wanted to discuss was, do you foresee moving forward there being, like I'm thinking of school that has no lacrosse presence at all and said, hey, we're going to do lacrosse. Now what? Skills, clinics, camps being available for our student athletes. Do you guys foresee that kind of a development, or does it exist right now that we don't even know about yet? Anybody want to take that? Coach Cutler or anybody?
Jeremy, do you want to speak to the...
Where do you find your kids right now? How do you find your kids for your club up north?
Hello, everyone. My name is Jonah Haas. I'm the chief business officer of Desert Dogs. We host a variety of free camps and clinics. We also have some paid offerings that appeal more to the participant who is familiar with lacrosse, has their own equipment. But we host about a dozen free camps and clinics throughout the calendar year to familiarize kind of the Nevada, DMA, primarily here in Las Vegas. But we've also done some work up in Reno as well. So just get sticks in kids' hands, right? We also have a Sticks for Success program here with CCSD, where we pick 15 middle schools a year and donate lacrosse equipment. So we are now up to, a little over 90 now since we've been in Las Vegas that have lacrosse equipment, and it's now taught in the physical education program by those PE teachers. So there's a lot of work that's being done by us, a lot of work that's being done by folks like Jeremy with Westwood Lacrosse club programs that have offerings like Littles Lacrosse, right, where it's non-contact tennis balls and lacrosse sticks, just getting kids familiar with the sport. So there's a lot that's being done that has been done over the last 10-15 years, and there's been a hyper focus since we've come to the market to just grow the awareness of the game. So if there's a desire for us to do an expedited incremental lift on clinics that you guys see fit, like we're happy to take on those costs and put those on for the city and kind of just gear up for the launch of the sanctioning here. So hopefully that helps them out you and add their journey.
Hang on, I'm gonna let Mr. Polson ask this question.
Oh, go ahead if you want
The only other thing I would add to Jonah is just leveraging USA Lacrosse and what they provide, not only players, but officials and things like that. They will, we have an area director that I'm friendly with and that we interact, and she comes in market every once in a while to see what's going on, to meet with, certain people. And so they have a whole sort of different offerings of types of clinics, things called Sankofa clinics, where like they're very introductory level and cater to certain areas of town and markets and things like that, and all sorts of other things that are very introductory level. And then, but I think with this, that's sort of like the longer play of introducing young athletes to lacrosse, winning them frankly over from other sports, or involving lacrosse in the sports they play. But at the high school level, which is kind of more what we're talking about here, I think, there are plenty of people already involved that will continue to elevate their involvement and help facilitate education from, awareness, skills, drills, coaching for players, all sorts of things we got.
I'm gonna be honest with you, that question for me came from what CCSD athletics did when we implemented flag football at the middle school. The high school coaches did a clinic for the middle school coaches to say, this is flag football, this is what it looks like, this is what you're doing. Because once again, the girls' game and the boys' game, they may look the same, but they're completely different games. They have different rules. And we've also learned that in the North, we'll learn today as we go forward, the officials organizations are different. The officials that do girls' games are not always the same officials that do boys' games. So we're learning a lot of that, and equipment wise. The one nice thing we have heard though is from SNOA that there has been an uptick in interest in becoming lacrosse officials. So that's good. We're very positive on that. Coach Cutler, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
I just say, we kind of a similar, we don't maybe have the resources of the Desert Dogs, but we do similar things. Like we run Trilax clinics. We do introductory, beginner clinics. We get into the middle schools and engage with PE classes. And then all of our entire youth program is zoned in alignment with high school. So if you're zoned for, Spanish Springs, you're going to play for the Spanish Springs youth program. So every one of our youth programs stovepipes to a high school so that those kids are learning the skills of lacrosse in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, and then transitioning into the high school team.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Post.
Yeah, my question is more centered around cost to outfit a kid. If it's, you have the stick, I guess, I don't know what it's called, sorry, so I'm gonna call it a stick. You have more than one stick, how much does it cost to outfit an individual to play? And then like a team cost of what it would cost to outfit a team?
As you mentioned, boys and girls is very different. I apologize earlier for not kind of addressing the girls. The girls is a lot simpler, and I'll start with that. Girls stick, goggles, mouth guard, and cleats. It's pretty. That's about it. Justin, if I've missed anything, let me know. But so that's a simpler one. Not a whole lot. And then does the player have a stick or two? Typically, yeah. If you're able to have two, that'd be good, especially on the boys' side where potentially a break or other things. The boys, obviously, the equipment kind of more like hockey. It's a barrier to entry for a lot of players, but involves a helmet, mouth guard. You wear shoulder pads, arm pads, gloves, protective cup, and you wear some sort of cleats. That is one of the challenges with lacrosse is the cost of equipment. I think that there are creative ways to partner with equipment manufacturers that would want to get involved in the first year sanctioning, and maybe there's some sort of economies of scale that can be taken advantage of, and then figuring out a way to make it more affordable for schools and players to be outfitted. And then you have more team equipment, obviously uniforms on the way, balls, cones, goals, things like that. And so there are some costs, without a doubt. I think there's ways to do it that are wise that, for example, with programs that I've been involved with, we've purchased the most expensive equipment and owned it as the program. We let the players use it each year and then turn it in, therefore removing some of the barrier to playing. So helmets, gloves, bag, things like that we can provide. So players is kind of like, look, probably have everything you need. We can do loaner arm pads and gloves. Those there's no safety issue with those as much as there is with shoulder pads and helmets. But things like that, they're created to solve for, like, rather than every player, hey, I want to play lacrosse, but I've got to pony up a bunch of money to get on the field. There are creative ways to do it.
All right, I'm gonna go to Keith and then Ronald.
Not necessarily a question for you guys, but just a general question. Maybe just a general question for the NIA and even district of, as we go forward with this, are you worried a little bit about field space with track and field Are you envisioning games being potentially maybe early enough that we can play on the soccer fields so that we're not throwing balls around while the kids are running track at the same time? You know, has there been any discussion around that?
I'm gonna actually turn this over to Xavier, because he can speak on behalf of the South.
Yeah, so specifically, great question. The practice side of the house, we believe that the soccer field can be used. For the games, we believe that the stadium should be used, and to add to that, that we're gonna have to have our stadiums lined for lacrosse, because currently they are not. So our construction management team is aware and is ready to place lines in the future.
Place lines or?
Place.
Place.
Not, we're gonna.
Not need a spray,
Put
not
them
need a
into
No
paint,
spray.
they will be earth.
I love that answer.
Yes,
Thank you.
all right. Mr. Stallhorse?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I'm from North Washoe County. And we actually have a strong presence up there with I want to say 6 of our schools have lacrosse programs, active programs currently right now. Out of our 11 schools, 5 of those, I believe, are girls and 6 are boys. And so 5 schools actually have both boys and girl programs going. So it's a pretty strong structure up there. I have a couple of questions. There is a email regarding a public comment. I'd like to have that public comment read before I ask my questions. Is that okay?
Yeah, we actually have 2, is that correct? Can you just tell me 2 or 1? Just the one?
Does anyone else have another one?
No,
Okay.
I misunderstood. I thought you were saying 2.
But the question also addresses Keith's question as well, the public comment, so.
Go right ahead.
Okay. This is from Wendy Sullivan.
What
You're
high
right.
school?
It's at the end. Alina.
Thank you.
We are writing to formally express our concern with the proposed scheduled start time for the 2026-2027 girls and boys lacrosse playoffs, which are currently set to begin at 5 p.m. As currently scheduled, 5 p.m. start time creates a direct and significant conflict for student athletes participating in track and field during what is arguably the most critical training period of their season, the week leading up to regional trials and finals. Track and field athletes require consistent, uninterrupted access to practice facilities in the late afternoon hours in order to compete their preparation at peak condition. The current lacrosse playoff schedule displaces these athletes from their training environment at a time when that preparation is irreplaceable. This overlap is not merely an inconvenience, it's an equity issue. Student athletes and programs deserve an opportunity to compete at their best, and as currently structured, their schedule prioritizes one program at the direct expense of another. A straightforward and equitable solution exists, moving the lacrosse playoff start time from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. This adjustment would allow track and field athletes to complete their afternoon practice sessions without interruption, while still providing lacrosse teams ample time for full competitive playoff contest. We respectfully urge the Board of Control to adopt this change. Both programs and their student athletes deserve scheduling that supports, not undermines, their ability to compete. Respectfully, the Galena High School track and field coaching staff.
I'll address that. But that has nothing to do with this conversation.
Okay.
When we put together a bracket for the postseason, we provide that bracket to show you what it could look like. At the end of the day, what we do is we work with the schools, the competitors, the officials, transportation.
Teachers, this is a party lockout. Please lock your doors. And do not allow students in your room without a tardy pass. Once again, party lockout.
And we work with transportation and we work with security. That's a placeholder, and we would never, we have not yet come back and said, hey, it has to be at this time. So we would always work. So when you see the brackets, when we move forward, brackets are provided to you just as informational only. They are not board determined in that sense. So that while that email is important that we understand it, it's more important for them to understand that we work with the schools. Because if you have a track meet going on, or if you have a volleyball match going on, so that is nothing that we would discuss.
And
that's not a board item.
And that really should have been addressed at another agenda item.
Yeah.
My question to you before Teresa turn over to you is that I appreciate you coming up and you said, hey, we offer this, we offer that, we offer these clinics. Kudos for what you do at the lower level, but we're high school. And I will be upfront and honest with you, and I'm sitting here with a gentleman that works in my office with me, that we've heard nothing. There's been no route outreach. I mean, if you guys are doing these great clinics, skill camps and so on and so forth, I would truly ask that you send the information to the NIAA if they want to be the buffer force, whatever. And then they can disseminate that to charter schools, public schools, private schools. So all that information, because I'm gonna tell you, the fear of the South, and X and I can speak on behalf of CCSD, and I'm putting my CCSD hat on right now. We don't even have a third of our schools that want to participate. And it's because we don't have coaches. Kids don't understand the game. Okay, we don't understand the game. But I would really ask that if you guys could help and assist with that portion, I mean, we'll be your biggest advocate, but we have to know.
So I'm Paul Speaker, with Josiah Sports and also the CEO of the Desert Dogs. I think, one of the big important things to recognize is the journey of a lacrosse player, specifically in an area where it's being launched. So, and Coach Miller will speak to this as well. USA Lacrosse has a program called Elevate 28. It's a program to double the amount of participation in the US around lacrosse by the Olympics in 20. So we've got a year and a half to. We have concentrated with them on 5th and 6th graders, 4th and 5th and 6th graders, and in areas where we believe, specifically in Nevada, where there are opportunities for us to help underprivileged schools that actually don't have the ability to provide access to lacrosse equipment. So we literally drop off 20 sticks, 20 balls, goals. It's like literally lacrosse in a bag. We then train athletic directors and gym teachers, to have phys ed teachers, to actually learn how to teach, and then we devise the protocol for them for the curriculum. The reason we do that is that if a kid is playing baseball or football or some other sport and then decides I'm not going to play football anymore in 9th grade, and he has no skills for stick skills, he probably will decide to do something else. If he's had access to sticks in 4th and 5th and 6th grade, there's a high propensity for him to actually excel or her to excel. So for us, that concentration has really been driven by USA Lacrosse and their initiatives and the programs that we can provide. Those opportunities that we have for phys ed teachers and for superintendents, athletic directors, I'm sorry, to get involved, but we can tell you where they are and how to open them up. Also, you're getting to a place where because of those 4th, 5th, and 6th grade initiatives, you're having way more teachers, way more parents that are actually getting involved in the officiating side of the business as well. And kids that are graduating from high school that want to come back and officiate. So I think the program, and it's our mistake, lack of information and communication, but we'll make sure that you're aware of all those programs, specifically around where we're actually investing USA Lacrosse time, Desert Dogs time, the clinics, the programs, Coach Color is doing North, all of those things, so that you can facilitate over a 3 to 5 year period of time that you recognize we're going to have a bunch of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders that are now going to move up to high school, and they actually have had sticks in their hands and have skills and probably a higher propensity to have a community that has actually gotten involved in lacrosse, and a lot more people that want to volunteer, parents that want to drive, all those things that you realize in sports. So our mistake for not communicating, but we'll make sure that we'll put together a whole dossier of where we are, what we're doing, how we've done it in the past, and what we see in the future. And then we'll commit to having at least quarterly, if not more, opportunities for us to meet with you all or whoever you guys designate to say, hey, this is what we're planning to do. How can we help with your initiatives? And we'll be proactive around this. It's really important for us, really important for USA Lacrosse. I sit on the executive committee of USA Lacrosse as well. Joe Tsai, our owner, has a tremendous desire to grow the sport of lacrosse. So we're committed, and we'll make sure that we have resources to supply them.
No, I appreciate that. And like I said, if you could just help us to disseminate that and help our schools out, that's really good knowledge. And again, thank you for what you do with the elementary and RP teachers. Rollins.
Thanks. I think that this is a little different. If we compare the implementation of lacrosse right now with the implementation of cheer and dance, we're doing it just the opposite. And if you look at it, we're trying to figure out how to get cheer and dance in through a process that would possibly either go to the legislature or go through this committee to approve. And we have those people on campuses already. And those teams and dance teams and cheerleaders and all of that. The lacrosse aspect came from the legislature to us and say, hey, implement this. And yet they're not on our campuses, on most of them. And we're in an area that we've never been in before as an association. And so that scares the snot out of me. And it's not like I have anything against lacrosse or for lacrosse. I do know that where lacrosse is in Washoe County, it is strong and it's doing very, very well without being a sanctioned sport. We treat lacrosse in Washoe County as though it is a team event. They get letters, they get all of that stuff. We treat them just like every other team, and they are what we call a district recognized club. What I have not seen is outside of the 5 or 6 schools that they have teams at, they haven't even touched or had a pretty good conversation with the other 5 or 6 schools in the district. And that's where I see the problem coming in. With that said, I don't know a lot about lacrosse, but I do know that when I go to California on the weekends, I see huge lacrosse tournaments with the whole park with 20 lacrosse teams being played. So I'll pull over and go and check and see. And those teams, if this was on a Sunday, and I'd say, you know, what's going on? Oh, this is the second day of our tournament. How many teams have you played? So these guys have played 4 games in 2 days on a Saturday, Sunday weekend. Well, we don't play on Sundays here. So we would probably address the club schedule. They don't play 2 games a week or something. They usually play on Saturdays and Sundays and play between 4 and 5 games, correct?
Correct.
So in our schedule, we wouldn't have a schedule like that. We would control that schedule and we would take over that schedule. So I just want people to understand those are 2 different types of scheduling when you look at what they currently do and what we would have them do.
I think the interesting thing, if you go, because it's not a sanctioned sport, there's a lot of travel involved that is outside of the school district.
Yes.
And the school experience. So if you talk about it's really strong in your county, the reality is those kids they don't get permission to leave early,
Yes.
right? They don't get bus driving.
Yes.
So they're driving themselves. I would also say anecdotally, I live in one of those areas in San Diego that has a huge festival every like 3 or 4 months. If you drive by the parking lot, you'll see a bunch of Nevada license plates.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason is because kids want to get in front of scouts and they want to get recruited to college. So the benefit of this is that it's sanctioned. Kids will have an opportunity in schools and colleges will be able to come to schools and scout kids in Nevada. Right now, they're scouting them outside of the state.
Yes. Remember, our kids don't play sports to go to college here. I mean, that's not a priority of this organization, though. I mean, so we can use that.
Can I make a
but
comment?
that's not the priority of this organization is to get kids scholarships. We provide athletic opportunities for them to play high school sports. And I tell you what, I want to say there are probably more lacrosse kids in northern Nevada that get scholarships than basketball players in northern Nevada, and it's not even a sanctioned sport. So I agree with you on that. But not being sanctioned in northern Nevada hasn't stopped any of our kids from getting lacrosse scholarships.
The high school lacrosse, both on the boys and girls side, and the club scene are entirely different, right?
Good.
And there is no affiliation to school in the club space. So when you're seeing those Saturday, Sunday games happening, you know, over a full day, that has no affiliation back to the school. Where Jeremy and I are both from Baltimore, the MIAA has been around for 100+ years and has run lacrosse for, you know, which might be the entirety of that duration. We would play games on Tuesdays and Fridays, and then we'd practice Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's how we did it the whole time.
Okay.
You would play, you know, racquetball as a kid. There was no affiliation to whatever area you're from, or what school you're participating with. you could go play for a rec program. They were all around Baltimore. And when it was time to play for school, in middle and high school, you were playing for your school when you were going through that program. What you did in the club in the summertime with the club, also entirely up to you. You would try out for that team. You would see clusters of kids want to stay together. They enjoy participating in the sport together, and maybe the parents encourage that. But there is no, it's a very black and white matter, right?
Okay.
So there's no concern on Saturdays and Sundays.
And of course, we're in a situation where that's in reverse here because lacrosse was a sanctioned sport there. So it was already sanctioned, so it just fit right in with us. It hasn't been sanctioned yet. And yet the club is doing very well and prospering. So I just think we're just not used to this direction in which it's being imposed on us, coming from the directive from Nevada, the government, to come tell us to put it in, and we're trying to put it in a situation where, we're just trying to figure out how it fits.
I think that there should be a sort of distinction maybe between like, what's going on currently in the spring from a club perspective, where it is tried to mirror a typical high school season, a couple games a week, a start in, let's say, February, end in May. That in Nevada, Justin up north and down here in Las Vegas is trying to mirror that. Kind of what you're referring to is the club lacrosse, like travel, where it's like, that's the other 8 months of the year where, and it's mainly like many sports, it's grown a lot, but it's summer and fall, all the way up to like middle of January, where you have, as Paul mentioned, these kind of festivals where it's a weekend deal. Some are recruiting based, some are not, but those are totally different things, and then so in my view, kind of going back to the point you made earlier about how you have 6 programs or so in the north that have very strong programs, but then you have other schools that have relatively nothing. That's what sanctioning affords, is like some infrastructure, some resources where hopefully we see those numbers grow at the high school level. And then the trickle down from that, that Paul's talking about, kids saying, hey, I can play for my high school now. I want to do that. I think we'll see that a lot in the current programs. Just to address a couple of things, it doesn't sound like an issue, the 5 p.m. game time. Lacrosse would prefer to not start at 5 because of the sunset. It makes it very difficult. The ball, takes flight into the sun. So either earlier or later is ideal with regard to lacrosse. We mentioned lines earlier. The boys and girls have different lines. NFHS offers 3 sets of lines, boys, girls, and unified.
Unified. Thank you.
So
unified.
Here's something that and if that's already done, I understand. I looked this morning at what Utah outlined in terms of what they, in California, my 10 years of experience there, they had boys, girls, and girls lines. Utah did something that I thought was wise, and that they said, you can use any of the NFHS lines, but they support unified if you're basically putting in new lines. So from a cost perspective and from a visibility perspective, it's 1 set of lines. You talk to Justin, who mainly coaches girls but oversees boys. I only coach boys. The unified for both games, boys and girls, is odd, and it makes things challenging on a game by game basis. And furthermore, if we're going to host out-of-state teams, that's a new set of lines that they don't typically play on. So I think maybe if it's possible to revisit, and maybe, and not to mention the schools that have, let's say, boys or girls lines already sewn in, is the expectation that they then paint or sew in unified lines as well, so that then they have 2 to 3 sets of lacrosse lines on their field. I don't know that that's the best path forward. NFHS does a great job of outlining the regulations and lines, and I think it might be wise to consider, hey, if you have these already, they're fine, and understand that we're going to play a little bit of this and a little bit of that, which is not the end of the world. But I do think longer, it's a short term, it makes sense unified. Longer term though, I think that the games are so different, it doesn't serve us well to go unified, especially if we wanted to host, we've hosted MCLA college lacrosse games at our school a number of times. You aren't able to do that if that's an opportunity. That's a cool opportunity for schools and coaches to bring higher level lacrosse. And I know that's maybe not the priority here, but there's a number of shortcomings of unified lines that I see in the long term. That yes, short term it might help be easier, more cost effective and visually, but I think it might be worth considering down the road, especially when you look across the country at sanctioned sports. They're mostly going to play boys and girls lines, but I don't have that data to back that up. I just know from anecdotal experience. So I think that was. And lastly, to address you with regard to programming for high school, I know of 3 rec leagues that are like in the next 6 months that are starting, very affordable, very like intro specific. We can get that to you
Beautiful.
by the end of the day. We'd
Thank
love
you.
to partner with you guys in supporting it, but yeah, there's always opportunities to spread the word more about lacrosse. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Teresa, I'm sorry, bypassed you.
That's quite all right. I'm just gonna say that the North is a little bit more advanced than you guys right now.
Very much. So.
And ultimately, you guys have your club, but it's a combination of 4 or 5 schools. Kids type of thing, so that's gonna be a difficult thing to kind of address. As far as lines go, we do the ladies field, boys field, and they do play on the football field. We don't have a no, because we have 2 fields, so girls practice here, boys practice there. Type of thing from that, so if you have that kind of situation, you can. But the ladies will play on the football field as well at times, but it'll be a different day. And they try really hard to go at 7, because they know that there's spring sports.
Okay, Keith, you gotta get going, don't you?
I do, sorry,
And then Domingo, I'll come to you.
sorry, I'm from New York, so I have some lacrosse experience, but it's been a minute. As we have turf fields and all those lines have to be cut in, it's a much more expensive venture than just painting lines on. If you give us a sense of how different, like, is it a whole different set of lines for the girls and the boys? Are they the same width at least? Like, what are we talking about? That would be helpful maybe to visualize that.
I'll let Justin jump in here to talk the girls' lines more. I know that there are some. Typically, a boys field is 110 yards long. Girls is a little longer, 120. The lines are very different. The girls have free position shots. They have a couple arcs to mark out where those occur. The boys play with the midfield line. The girls, where you keep 4 players on the defensive half, 3 on the offensive, and 3 go back and forth. The girls don't use the midfield line to separate offense and defense. It's actually the restraining lines. And they can be the same sometimes, but like it is 2 different things.
Yeah.
And it is, in my opinion, something that lacrosse as a whole probably needs to solve for to make it more inviting for people to be able to coach or officiate both.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed by my knowledge of girls lacrosse, frankly. I've been involved in boys lacrosse for my whole life.
Yeah.
But that's how different it is. So to the unified lines, can they suffice? Sure. We took our team to Arizona and played a game of unified lines, and our boys were lost. Just like the goals are a little farther apart. There's just is it different. I'll let Justin speak to it a little bit more because it affects the girls just as much as the boys, but it is a challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, just to show what you're seeing for us is at least in Clark County, we have 2 fields, soccer and football, and they have football lines, flag football lines, and soccer lines already on them.
Right.
So trying to potentially add girls equipped 2 sets of lines. I don't know. Look, I want to do what's best for all athletes, but I just giving you a picture of expense and what that's going to look like.
Well, I'll just say a decision has already been made about the lines, so.
Okay.
We can go forward.
And we don't have to worry about it.
All right, thank you, Domingo.
So, we have programmed both boys and girls and took a while to become strong, but there's enough interest after time that with development, they've become strong programs. But the hardest part, most difficult part in the growth of it is we have a separate field for that. But it's going to be practice times and it's gotta be, you gotta use your lights. You're gonna have to have some practice at 7, some practice at 5:30 or something, so that you give track their allotment of time they're gonna need and then get them out of their way so that the balls can fly around and not hurt anybody. Because it's too dangerous.
Do you have lights on your practice
We
field?
have lights on our practice field.
Okay.
So that is how we separate those things. Because track doesn't have any lights where the track is. Track is for daytime.
Have to do it.
Daytime is right after school. We use the soccer field, the soccer practice field that has lights on it because we host soccer games there and then both boys and girls lacrosse. So it's used in every the two fall and spring. But the hardest part, honestly, is once the equipment is done, the payment of the equipment, the hardest part is fielding a team. And convincing athletes that have never played it, just like you're in the same boat, have never participated in it, to realize how fun and unique of a sport it is, and how the challenge of it is learning a new sport, but how your exponential growth in that sport and how you can really be an effective player is so limited. You takes no time if you put your time in to become a really good player, because we're all new at the sport. I think that with flag football, it was like whoever could do it, and then it grew. And we were on the backside of that. We didn't have a flag football team for quite a while because we were kind of like, let's see where it goes, what happens. And I think that's the freedom of when we're starting these sports. If you want to jump into it, jump into it. If you want to see how it goes, take your time and work on skills and have people do clinics and show an interest, get an interest from the student body that you can field the team and that they want to come out before you actually get a team out there. You don't have to have a team in the first 2 or 3 years. We can work with what we've already worked with at this point, which is 6 teams up north and maybe 6 or 7, 8 teams down here. Our teams are hybrid. They're like multi-school teams right now, so that would be the challenge. But the schools have an idea of who can play, who has interest, and we can start with a smaller number. They have 6 up north. I'm sure we can find 6 down, eliminate the hybrid model and get 6 down south. And then you just play. And as it grows, as it's introduced and the student body's interest, that's when the sport will grow. Because they will let you know when they're ready to try it. Their friends are playing it or something like that.
Sure.
But I mean, it's an unknown, but it's an unknown that we've been successful accomplishing. Like, I think we played in a state championship thing, maybe 2 years ago or something like that, where they had their North representative play our South representative from their respective leagues, and we played, and it's a great game. It was a lot of fun.
We
It's just
did
a
it
really
2 years in a
competitive.
row.
It was 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's really competitive. It's fun. I think the boys and girls games are completely different. Not even the same atmosphere. Totally different. Don't touch the girls. The boys hit them as hard as you can. So it's appealing for many because it offers something that has way more scholarship opportunities than traditional sports. Because it's new and it's growing all over the country. So in terms of, I know we're not here for scholarships, but in terms of accessibility in college, it offers opportunities that are not afforded by traditional sports that have been going on.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're gonna close this up with Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dennis Holmes, State Superintendent. I thank all 3 of you and appreciate your attendance here. It's not easy to step up and defend something that was done on behalf of your entity, so I appreciate that. I don't ever intend to sound optimistic because sport and activity is what increases our graduation rates 100%. But I do need to say, and I'm not against lacrosse, nor am I against any sport, but it's important for this body to remember that we're in a time of declining enrollment and decreasing budgets. And I look around the table and I can point out whose ending fund balance for FY27 is going down. None of them are going up. They're all going down. And so I say that not out of disrespect, but to keep it in perspective. I know this body will do everything right to make lacrosse successful. But I don't want to see anything that we do for students, student athletes, take a back seat to that. So what would my ask be? For more funding, right? For all of us. It's inadequate. It's not even inadequate. It's subpar. So I just feel that it's important to stay in touch with reality. And I know how many districts around here are reducing. And so I think that it's a fair conversation, but I do commend you, three gentlemen, for showing up, and appreciate the opportunity for another activity throughout the state. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. You guys, thank you once again. Would you like to close?
Walk them out. The next time.
Okay, we're gonna go to this one.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, on that line, let's go to page 91, agenda item number 18. Lacrosse officials organization sanctioning, and I'm going to turn this over to Ellen. Again, on page 91.
Yes, Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. What you have before you is an application, by the Northern Nevada Lacrosse Officials Association to be sanctioned by the board. They can provide officials for any lacrosse matches in the north, or, you know, in the state, wherever they might have to go if there's a state meet. So if you look on page 92, there's the application for sanctioning, which is required by our officials constitution to go through the sanctioning process. And then over on page 93 through 90. 102 are the bylaws, and that's something that they have to have. They're going to be sanctioned. It's one of the requirements to provide for sanctioning. They also are required to provide their tax status and a form for that, which they did. I just didn't put it in here because it had very tax information. I just didn't think it's appropriate to share that, what their tax ID was with everybody out there. But they did provide that. They also are to provide a roster of their current officials, which they did on page 103. And you'll see they designated which of those officials basically are girls lacrosse officials. On page 103, which ones are boys lacrosse officials. And if you do a little counting there, you'll see that they only have 8 lacrosse officials that do girls. So I've talked to Glenn Meyer, who's the president of the NNLOA, and talked to him a little bit about that, what they were trying to do. You know, how could they recruit more officials? What they're doing, and you know, he basically told me they continue to recruit officials, just like all sports associations do, both on the girls and the boys side. They've had some success in the last couple of years with a UNR scholarship program, where they will pay girls college lacrosse players to come officiate high school and youth. You know, they're basically their club games, and they'll give them a $200 scholarship to cover their college lacrosse fees. So they're trying to encourage the youth to come out to be officials. They're going to continue that program for the next couple of years. So basically, that's the sanctioning documentation. They have it all in. I went through their bylaws. Very appropriate. They meet, you know, what they should have for in their bylaws as far as membership and what they do. If you approve their sanctioning, I would let them know, and we've already talked to them a little bit about, you know, then how their officials register, just like all the other sports officials register, starting in July. They have that option, or they could wait till the lacrosse season begins. I've already ordered rule books for girls lacrosse and boys lacrosse for officials and for schools as well. So we've covered that area.
So I'm glad to hear that you vetted them in a sense. You've taken a look at the documentation and it's appropriate, and you feel you support them coming aboard.
Yeah, I do support them, and Mr. Jackson and I met on Zoom with 3 members of their association to discuss certain things. I mean, there'll be obviously we'll be getting a state rules interpreter for girls lacrosse and boys lacrosse, since the rules are completely different. There's no cost. The NIAAA doesn't pay the rules interpreters for that. We will have a commissioner for lacrosse in the north, like we do with the other sports. Larry Hansen, who's the Southern Nevada Officials Association Commissioner, he'll take that on. He'll add that as part of his overall arching responsibilities as commissioner. And then should they have that over in the east, Mary Castanelli, who's the commissioner over there, she would take that on as well.
My question to you is that, this is primarily for the north. Do you know the status of lacrosse officials for southeast, west side of the state? I mean, where are we with the other counties?
Okay, so I have talked to Larry Hansen and Vince Christosic, SNOA president, and they have a pretty, they're pretty encouraged by the level of interest. They put a survey out to all their current members, find out which ones might be interested in officiating lacrosse. Some already do that through another, through the club scene. So they're pretty encouraged by having enough officials to be able to cover the lacrosse high school games. If that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I just want to ensure and I know the north can roll because you have officials, I just want to make sure that the remaining districts throughout the state now can go forward and start planning schedules accordingly. And because we don't want to get to the point, oh, we don't have officials. So I think that's important. If you could bring to the next board meeting, the status of where we are with the rest of the state for the lacrosse officials, just so we know. And then he made a comment about how some of the individuals that officiate the boys' games don't necessarily officiate the girls' games.
Right.
If you could have that conversation with the pending associations.
Right, and I do know like this Northern Nevada Lacrosse Officials Association, that's why they designated, they have officials who basically only do girls and only do boys because the rules are so different.
Right, okay.
I'm assuming that will be very similar to what will happen with the SNOA and officials who join lacrosse for girls or boys. I don't see any other potential schools on here that are outside the Washoe, what NNLOA would cover. They would travel just like all the other northern officials do, to Truckee, to Carson, to Douglas. SNOA, they would do their traveling to, all these schools appear to be inside Clark County, more of a Las Vegas city area.
Yes, that was interesting that they said that officials will just do like the boys game with girls game.
Right. Yeah, and I got was like, no, you're a lacrosse official. And then having more explained when we had our Zoom was the rules are different and the way they, obviously the field's different, different. So to try to sometimes, I know that as a volleyball official, high school, you have club, you have high school, I used to do college, and it'd be like, there's 3 sets of rules, and this rule is different in each one of them. And so sometimes it can be very confusing. So, but I'll have that information for the June meeting on.
Yeah, I would appreciate
kind of where we are in numbers, especially at Southern Nevada.
Yeah, or combine the state as well. And I know they'll probably be at the commissioners meeting.
Ellen, was
Right, I've invited them to the commissioners meeting as well. If sanctioning is approved,
Okay.
yes.
All right, Robert.
And I know I think we had the conversation the other day, but wasn't there a sticking point about they didn't want their JV and lower level officials to be compensated less? They wanted to have the same pay for the varsity officials for the same for the freshmen and JV.
Right, and we came to the realization that they usually have 3 officials and they're okay with, 3 officials on that JV game, making what every other JV official makes in other sports. So
Okay. So you guys did work that out, because I know that was a sticking point, is they wanted to have all their officials be paid a varsity rate regardless to what level they were officiating.
Can I ask you this? How many
Three officials on a game.
I wish X was in here, because I believe
Now JV,
two with, I don't see anybody.
JV could be two.
Gosh, where is that? I think it's two with a recommendation of three. And I think that's something that we need to decide upon. It's also my understanding that you have to have a score. Is that correct?
I would assume you have to have a score.
Can you look
And
into that?
I will
for
look
us?
into that, and I know sometimes the north, south, they do that differently. A lot of the schools in the north, the school just provides the score. It doesn't come out of the association assigning a score versus down here in the south, you have the officials, auxiliary crews, we have scorers and timers and libero trackers who are assigned by the SNOA to go out to that school to score. So I'm kind of assuming it would stay along those same lines where SNOA would assign a scorer unless you determine at the school level, we're gonna do it. Like a libero tracker this year, the school provides the libero tracker.
Actually, my office, we looked into the officials and what NFHS said and all this, ciphered through it. Again, the recommendation is two, the ask is three. And there was a separate, then they talked about a scorer and a timer. Two individuals at the table. So if we could get some form of clarity on that.
Okay.
Because all that comes into cost. And Wade, I can answer your question in regards to cost.
Okay.
We did an estimation because our district had asked us. And we've gotten two quotes, and this is for boys and girls equipment primarily. We're looking, and we estimated with 25 student athletes at a cost about $70,000 a school. And that's startup equipment, that's your balls, your nets, your everything, equipment. It's pretty intense. So about 70 a school. So from a district standpoint, it's a lot of money. Yes, sir.
If we're done, I can make a motion to sanction
Okay,
and we can,
and maybe we could carry that on to our next conversation. Absolutely.
okay, Wade
Hang
Poll,
on.
Region
Can
3.
I? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
I move to approve lacrosse officials organization sanctioning.
Okay, we have a first.
I'll say.
Grace, thank you. We have a first, we have a second. I'm gonna let Teresa pipe in.
You have an entity that would be helping. You key into them, they have the money and they want to support the sport in Nevada as well, so they could probably help you out with your costs.
I
I
have to interrupt. I'm sorry. My concern here is the open meeting law. The only issue before you is whether or not this should be sanctioned, not cost or anything. And I feel
Correct.
like the conversation is really
We went.
starting to go off the agenda. So I just want to warn the board to get back to the topic is whether or not these officials should be sanctioned. The cost might come up in maybe lacrosse alignment. I think Tim will probably be able to maybe, but it definitely doesn't seem to be fitting into this agenda item. And I just want to make sure that we're consistent with the open meeting law.
No, I agree. Okay, so once again, we're looking for the lacrosse officials organization sanctioning for the North. So Wade made a first, grade second. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Any other questions before we go to a vote? And again, this is just on the sanctioning.
It's just north.
Yeah, just North at this time. Okay. Okay, hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. That's approved. So now let's go to item number 19, the lacrosse alignment, or maybe some of those conversations could take it from that. Sorry about this. All right, this is lacrosse alignment, and I'm gonna turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
So the only issue that, we're gonna see here is, page 105. Page 106, page 107, 108, 109 are informational only. They are not being approved by the board. There's no need for the board to approve those. Postseason brackets, we do those out of our office. They were just giving you a sample of what we were looking at. So you're focusing on page 105. There is a correction to page 105. We were informed last week that Coronado High School will now be offering, looking to offer boys and girls lacrosse. So that will bring the number of yeses up from 24 to 25. Boys offerings at 24 and girls offerings at 25. That does not change the proposed alignment. It does not change anything other than it just adds another team, because we are fully aware that it is April of 2026. By the time we get to February of 2027, there may be a change to this list. We are prepared for that, so that we understand that they will not be violating any regulation. Any school can say they're going to play a sport. They can offer it as a full member. What we do is we don't put them into postseason alignment in the middle of a cycle. However, lacrosse is coming in the middle of an alignment cycle. So therefore, any school that says they want to come in would come in and be postseason eligible. Likewise, a school could say, we're not going to field a team in girls. They would drop out. They could still come back the next year because we're still in the alignment. Further benefiting this is we are only going to have one division. So think of it this way. Girls wrestling has existed now for a few years. Chaparral High School, because we just talked about Chaparral, may have had a girl wrestler the first year. They may not have had a girl wrestler the second year. That did not preclude their girl wrestler from competing this year in the Open State Championship. They would be permitted because they were members in good standing and they had the numbers. There was only one division. That being said, that's how we're treating lacrosse this first mid-cycle entry. If we get to the point in the second realignment cycle from 28, 29, 30, to 30, we would then look at it and say, okay, do we have enough to warrant dividing into two divisions or not? We would then make those decisions, much like we'll do with girls wrestling when we get there as well. That would be through the realignment. So if a school is on this list right now and does not participate, we understand. If a school is not on this list and comes back and says, oh, wait, we can do this, they'll be added in, because we understand that this is very fluid 12 months in advance. And with only one division, it allows us that flexibility. So with that, you can see what we have here is we have the 25 teams in the north and the south. So the north would be 9 based boys teams and 9 based girls teams. And in the south, we're looking at 15 based boys teams and 16 based girls teams based on the addition of Coronado. What we envision then would be a postseason bracket, which we will put together and post on the website, which would most likely be 8, 8 and 8, and play it down to 1. And then 1 from the north, 1 to the south, play each other for a state championship. With that being said, the one thing we do have to do, does anybody have a coin? I did not bring change with me today. I need a coin. Because the first question is going to be asked, very simply. I have one. I have one too. The first question is going to be asked, where's the state championship going to be played? North or south? Ms. Sloan is going to toss the coin. 2 out of 3. Mr. Stallworth, it's a coin. It's got a head and a tail. That's what I have. And Mr. Stallworth is going to make the call. Heads or tails?
And it's hitting the ground.
Who's heads and who's tails?
He'll call it. If he calls heads and it wins, it goes north. If he calls heads and it goes tails, it goes south.
Okay, here we go.
No, he called it. Shoot. How hard is it? What are you looking confused? All right. Ready? Call air. Call in the air.
Hang on.
Here with us.
This is gonna be cool.
Ready? Here we go.
Head.
Tails it is.
So the first state championship will be in the south.
Wait. That was epic. We should videotape that.
It's live stream.
Okay, so with this alignment, what we will have is we'll have the final piece of lacrosse in place. We'll have by regulation, they play at the highest division, and that would be four.
It was listed as 4 to begin with.
We would list it as 4A to begin with, because 5A is created off of a rubric. So lacrosse will be a one division, 4A across the board, boys and girls with 2 regions, one in the north, one in the south. We will allow the regions to tell us how they're going to play, whether they're gonna play home and away, whatever. And I'm gonna turn over to Bart for the seeding of the tournament at the end of the season.
Bart Davis and our staff. The seeding the tournament at the end of the season would depend upon, and I'm gonna look right at Mr. Anthium on this as the scheduler in the South. We do have 15 schools that are right now saying they're gonna play boys. 16 schools right now say they're gonna play girls. We have allowed, as we've gone through alignments before by this board, those regions to divide into leagues. If they would prefer to keep one league of 16, play everybody one time, or if they would split it into leagues of 8. That will then determine exactly where everybody falls on the bracket. Because we would take, as Mr. Jackson said, we would look at 8. Right now, the bracket that we have put up there is 6 for the North, 6 for the South, but that was before we knew exactly how many teams were going to have involved in that. We have an 18 bracket and we divided it 2 leagues, 1 through 4 in one league, 1 through 4 in the other, and we cross bracket as we do it. But as Mr. Jackson had mentioned earlier, the ultimate goal, play down to a northern champion, southern champion, head to head to fight.
And the boys and girls state championship would be played together. So we wouldn't do the boys one day and the girls another. We just play them both the same day.
Consecutively at the same time.
Yep.
You want to rewind the field?
Universal lines.
Unified.
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 Host.
The host site.
Oh. How you doing?
We're so far away from that, we gotta worry about baseball. Focus on this year.
I heard lit.
Yeah. As the line.
What's that? Whoop, done. You had me, Domingo. You had me at lights.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bob.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions about
Look
this
at
as we
that.
move forward? Before we go any further, I want to thank Ellen for her work on getting the official association sanctioned. Thank you, Ellen. Appreciate that.
Ellen
Yes,
Townsend,
Ellen.
Officials Liaison. I probably could also mention that with the sanctioning approved, they will then sign the school agreement. They're obligated to whatever is in that agreement. You guys are familiar with the agreement I'm talking about, the agreement between the schools, the NIA and the school districts and the officials association. So I will get that sent to them and have their president sign that, and they knew that in advance as well, that they would be subject to whatever's in that agreement.
Tia, do we still have public comment on this?
Yeah.
Okay, and we have one person who wanted to make public comment. Please. This is on, yes, it is. It's about the school playing.
Is this about the time?
No, this was the person who called in.
Oh, this is someone else?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, okay, go right ahead.
I believe of Erin Miller is the person who wishes to make public comment. Ms. Miller, if you would unmute, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, everyone. As stated, my name is Erin Miller. I'm a parent of 3 Douglas County School District students. On a side note, I am also a school board trustee representing the Lakes Tahoe area of Douglas County. Today, I would like to speak regarding the proposed lacrosse alignment as a parent of student athletes. My children are currently enrolled at George Whitell High School within the Douglas County School District. My older 2 students, a junior and a freshman, currently participate on the Douglas High School club lacrosse team, while my daughter also participated in fall ball with the club earlier this year. The primary concern with the proposed alignment is that this would effectively eliminate access to this sport for the students in our community. George Whitell High School serves a small rural population of approximately 80 high school students. Due to the limited enrollment, it is not feasible to field independent lacrosse teams at the junior varsity and varsity level. Additionally, it is not practical expectation for families in our area to transfer schools solely for athletics, participation, or to manage daily transportation over a mountain pass. Earlier this year, our school district itself determined that transporting students over the mountain into Carson Valley on a daily basis is not an appropriate or sustainable solution. A similar situation may also exist with Truckee and North Tahoe club team called TNT, which combines from two small rural high schools. Truckee is not listed on the board packet as a northern-based team, but Truckee is listed, but North Tahoe is not. Like our current model, this arrangement allows students from smaller schools to participate competitively within Northern Nevada. Both of these examples demonstrate how hybrid or combined team models provide equitable access to athletes for our students in rural communities. These structures enable participation where it would be otherwise not possible and support the continued growth and success of lacrosse in our region. Without these opportunities, students from smaller schools, such as George Whittel, may lose access to a sport that they are passionate about, and in some cases, opportunities to pursue athletics at a collegiate level. I respectfully ask the consideration to be given to maintain alignment models that support inclusion and access for our rural student athletes. Thank you.
Ms. Miller, thank you for your patience with us today. Thank you.
All right. This one.
I'll think, this is the one that was read earlier about the time. Please note that the times are only put on here as space holders. We don't set the times like this. So this is, I think we can address this as it was written.
That's a school site.
It's a school site. Yeah, we'll work with the schools. We throw 5 o'clock in, just.
Works for transportation, these are all school.
Yeah, we always look at it and just say 5 o'clock, and then we start there. But we work with the schools on time.
Okay, Mr. Pulse.
Yeah, my quick Wade Polson for the record. My question is, what we have before us is a survey, the results of the survey of the teams that have said that they wanted to play. Or participate, currently. So when is the drop dead date for a team to say, we're gonna do it, we have the equipment so that we can, align those leagues, divisions, or however it's gonna be?
Mr. Jackson.
Okay, so with what we have here, we have ascertained that there is not enough interest in the state of Nevada to warrant going to more than one division.
Right.
Classification, classifications. So a school now would have up to any deadline set by their district or their region to submit their schedule. We would request a schedule, and we understand that it may be one of those things, but we anticipate from our office, and I'm sure X is anticipating it from his office, and Rollins will anticipate from his, up until the season's about ready to start, this will move, this will change. Like it does with every other sport. It will get smaller, or maybe it will flex, we don't know. But from that standpoint, our office is prepared to understand that there may be a team added here or dropped here. And from the scheduling standpoint, that becomes a regional issue they'll have to address.
And I'll tell you, it's already changed because we've had two schools from year drop out.
So basically, I'm sorry, Mark. So basically, the season is going to be in next spring. So we perpetually have up until next spring until we solidify.
Yes.
No,
The schedules, or I guess that's my question. When does the schedules where we're locked in and said, here's the schools they're in?
yeah.
But I can add to that too. Go ahead.
Fort Davis and I staff, spring schedules are due January 15th. They would have to be set by that point and be in our office by that point.
Okay, so that's the drop dead date. When I'm saying January 15th. A school's gotta say, we're in, we're locked in, we're on the schedule. Okay,
So after that point, no one else is going to come in. But after the 15th, those schools that have said they were gonna commit could say, oh, we're out.
yeah,
It won't get bigger after the 15th, but it could condense a little. That happens in every sport, every season.
understand. I just wanted the public to understand what the timing.
Yeah.
Of when this lockdown schedules.
But what we don't want schools to think is, oh, we didn't say yes today, we can't do this. No, you can come back and tell us. Because we don't need to add another classification. Correct. Yes, okay. Okay.
Any other questions? All right, yes, Ms. Brockett.
Sorry, couldn't get it grabbed. Christina Brockett, Region 4. So, just listening to what Ms. Miller's comment was, I'm hearing that there are schools that are possibly having, right now, conducting maybe like intramural club teams that have not committed to having a team yet, or, you know, for consideration, right, for this item?
So right now in some of our communities, they have combined club teams. Bishop Gorman has a combined, no anymore.
We're pure,
You're pure,
but
okay,
the clubs we're playing in
okay.
have.
Yeah, and some of the schools have combined, like a couple of schools have come together. Okay, if with sanctioning, we don't have a hybrid anymore. So some of the kids may be at a school that no longer offers it as a varsity sport. They may offer it still as the club, and they may go play club, but they may not have that option at their high school to play varsity at their high school. And we do not have hybrid in Nevada in any sport.
Okay, so I'm just trying to make sure that I've got this right in my head. So with the sanctioning though, those clubs, those hybrid clubs will not be able to operate as they, or can you clarify that?
Yeah, they
Like-
can operate as a hybrid club. Their club, they're fine. So let's just use an example. Let's say you have kids from your school and kids from Chaparral that play together on a club team.
Yes,
Those kids cannot become the El Dorado team and they cannot become the Chaparral team. The El Dorado kids have to play for El Dorado, the Chaparral kids have to play for Chaparral.
got that.
Yeah.
And what about if they participated as a club team? Could they participate during the spring season
Yes,
as a club team?
yes.
I'm just trying to
Yes.
separate
A
out.
club
the-
team can, we allow club participation during the regular season of that sport. So a club lacrosse team can still function as a club lacrosse team and still play a club schedule. But they cannot play a varsity sanctioned team in Nevada.
Because club has nothing to do with us,
Yes.
and that remains the same, just
Yes.
like any other sport.
So is the concern then that I'm hearing from the parent is that it eliminates some of the competition, like the
Her
ability?
children, from what I understand, her children attend Watell High School, and the possibility of Watell offering lacrosse is not going to happen.
That's what
That's what
I
that's
see
at,
here, yes, but then is she saying though that then her kids are not able to compete? Is that the concern? I'm
Her
trying to figure
concern is that if Watell doesn't have a high school lacrosse team, her kids can't play high school lacrosse.
out. But they can still do club.
They can still do club.
That.
Yeah, okay, yeah, they can still do club.
That's what you're asking. Right,
Okay,
figure it
I
out,
got
sorry.
it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I understand now. Yeah, they can still play club.
Again, that has nothing to do with us.
I just,
Yeah.
Good. Mr. Hampton,
Just to help Ms. Rocket just a little bit, and I think you're on the same page, but just so everybody understands. To Tim's example, Shep and El Dorado have the same club team. El Dorado chooses to have a sanctioned team and Shep does not. Those Shep kids aren't playing anywhere.
Yeah.
Because of regulation that says you have to play at the school that you attend,
So you'd have to transfer to the school.
and there is no athletic transfer.
Wilson, Domingo,
So, and the difference is that you don't know if that club will still be participating as a club if they run the high school sanctioning. So that's her concern, is that now you're eliminating any possibility, because my kids play on this Douglas club team. And if they run a high school and they're not playing club anymore as a club, then that eliminates their opportunity to participate.
we're getting those calls with parents saying, I think my kid's the only one of interest that wants to play lacrosse for their high school, but there's no interest. So we always tell them, go work with the athletic administrator, you know, have those conversations. All right, this is for
Action.
possible action. Yes, sir.
Wake Pulse Region 3, I move to approve the lacrosse alignment for the 2026, 2027, 28.
Okay, great.
I'll second.
Thank you, sir.
That's why Rollins.
We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor, said aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very
So
much.
the last thing we will have to do for lacrosse, the very last thing, I believe. I hope, is we will bring the calendar back in June for an S behind state lacrosse. So that's it. That should be the last thing we have to do.
Did we lose Rollins?
Long time ago.
That's true. That is true. All right, then we're going to bypass 23. Let's just keep rolling, you guys. We're almost done on the back page.
Rolling.
All right, let's go to item number 26, alignment policy.
I thought Mr. McNaught asked for those to be moved to the next board meeting.
For both of those?
Yes, those are
Oh,
both
for
his.
both. I was under the impression it was just the one.
What,
Those are both his items.
would you please clarify? Mr. McNaught had asked items number 26 and 27 be moved to the next board meeting for discussion. As he was not able to discuss them yesterday before he left.
The alignment policy of the board governance. Sorry, I thought it was just the board governance.
I'm assuming it was both his items. They were his.
Okay, we'll bring
Which ones are the, I'm sorry.
26 and 27.
So. Can you pause for a second, please? Thank you. So, Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
sorry.
Go ahead.
So, both items 26 and 27, the request is to pause those. I'm kind of prepared to speak 27. I don't want to steal any thunder from Mr. McNaught. So I guess I'm gonna ask for the opinion of the board chair.
Okay. Trying to look at this text that he sent. That's a really. So,
On 27 is what, Dennis wants.
Correct.
Yeah, 27.
Yes.
So I think you could do one of two things. You could open it up and allow him to make his statement. It's a discussion item anyway. No action could be taken, and if you want to talk about it, if you do, you know, the VOC wants to talk about it, you can do that. If, however, you will be, I think, bringing it back under the current rules at the next meeting. So I guess it would be a double discussion. I don't see how you get around that. So it's really ultimately up to you as the chair.
well, let's do that.
Thank you.
So let's go to, it's item 27.
Yes, so we're
Okay.
gonna table 26 to the next meeting. Is that correct?
We will, yeah, we're gonna table 26 for the next meeting.
We're not,
No, we'll bring it back.
you're just moving it or.
And then after, we can also bring back 27, correct?
Yeah,
Okay,
even if you allow those to talk there.
Okay. so let's everyone go to page 163. And
I'll start because he asked me to compile all this for him.
this is, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
So Mr. McNaught tasked me with compiling this information for him and the board. What he wanted to know was, he wanted to know what the CIF model looked like and how it would compare if we were to move the governance of the NIAA towards a CIF model. So what I did was I compiled CIF governance. So you can see the information on CIF section bylaws. Please contact each section directly. So if you have any questions in this, some of these are I'll be honest with you, the pages 64 and 65 are straight from their website. This is the CIF governance website. I took it right off, copied it, pasted it right here. It talks about how they schools, leagues, and sections, over 1,000 educators and designees for state rules before they are enacted by the Federated Council. And it kind of lays out how the federation works. So the CIF is in sections, and each section has its own board. And then over that board is the Federated Council, which is made up of members of each of those sections. So much like our board represents different factions or entities or sections of our state, theirs represents the section, which then represents the schools within the section. The sheer volume of schools necessitates that because of their sheer membership. So that was that. So then what I thought was better to do was to put together 10 similarities between the NIAA and 10 differences of the NIAA from the CIF. Both of them, these are the similarities. Both of us maintain active membership in the NFHS. Each organization is led by an executive director who is responsible for implementing policies, administrating the association's daily operations, enforcing regulations adopted by the governing bodies. Both associations possess a regulatory assessment or authority, academic eligibility, student transfers, financial function, governance of both of them rely on the NFHS sports regulations. Both systems provide structured appeal processes, and their governance philosophies also emphasize sportsmanship, character. They still generate basically from the same area from our membership. Meeting schedules vary. They meet 3 times. We meet 4 by regulation. Voting structures differ as well. CIF uses a weighted voting method on the federated council that reflects the number of schools and enrollments within each section. The NIA Board of Control operates with 12 voting members drawn from superintendent, school trustees, and principals. So each vote is weighted differently on CIF as opposed to being equitable voting in the NIAA. Corporate sponsorships differ. We work through the media rights. That's a little bit different than they do. And final representation of private schools is handled differently. Within the NIA, private schools and charter schools are designated a principal or administrator who serves as a non-voting liaison to the board, while the CIF, the private school representative, occurs through the 2 delegates to the association of the private school organization who serves on the federated council. So the voting school in our association, private schools and charter schools do not have a vote. In the CIF model, they do. So those were the 10 basics, same things, and then I'll now yield to Mr. Holmes.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Much appreciated your work as well as Ms. McNaugh's original question. So I've done a little bit of side work and had some conversations with other individuals. So I think that page 166, the 10 governance similarities are important, obviously, because that's the operation of the federation. I think the governance differences could be put in a little more practical term. California serves 821,586 student athletes. And Nevada serves approximately 45,000 student athletes, 5% of what California offers. So I don't ever, I'm always willing to look at, see what other people do. I think that's just wisdom. Especially when you can extrapolate wisdom out of wisdom when people are doing things right. And I told Mr. McNaught this prior to diving into this. My recommendation would be that all of us as board members on this board have some formal training as to board governance. And I think when and I'll just speak for myself, when I learn about my role as a liaison, when I learn it better, I can become a better liaison. If I were a voting trustee, if I learned the role of my trustee position, I believe I could become a better trustee. So my recommendation, and I'm not a voting member and I can make recommendations, but my colleague to my right could on my behalf. Make a motion that we as a group, and maybe we use a committee, maybe we trust the professionalism of our executive director to find someone who could provide some governance training. I know for a fact that 4 sessions of training is $16,000, depending on who you use. Now, I don't think that all of us could get together 4 different times. That would be Saturdays or Sundays. I know Monday through Friday is pretty well taken, but I do bet that we could use 1, if not 2 days at a lower price and do it so that we all have access to that training. And Madam Chair, that's where I would like to see us start. I think it would help us all. So now I'll wait for my colleague to the right to make a motion on my behalf. I think I'm terrible sometimes.
Yeah, they're Wade Folsom for the record. The thing that caught my eye here on the differences is number 2, that the NIAA was established as a nonprofit governing body by the Nevada Revised Statute. That's legislature. The legislature established the NIAA. So if we were to move out of, and I guess this is a question for Neil, if we were to move out of this into a CIF, wouldn't it take legislative action to make that happen? So the legislature would have to move us into that direction rather than us just doing it arbitrarily.
That's a great point. I think that is accurate.
Mr. Jackson.
The reason I put number 2 in there is this feeds into potential outcome under the sunset committee. They could look at this and say, you know what, maybe we need to move you guys under, and not you guys, the NIAA as a body to under the Department of Education, and that would be the board.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think that's an important point that Wade brought up, why it's on here, because it is different, but it is out there.
Good point. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So just like the California model, I believe that both charters and private need a vote in this board, seeing how we are members in good standing and doing the things, but we have no actual vote in terms of the board. We have 6 and 6 north-south representative. I get it, but having all schools represented with a vote should matter, and as the overall for the board to be in line with what's going on in their student and their student.
Let's go Rollins and then I'll go to you.
Stalwart board member. I agree 100%. And I think that when this board was established years ago, the number of private charter and other schools that were involved in our state were minimal. And I'm going back to the 14 years I've been involved with this organization. That number has multiplied by 2, 3, 4, 5 times the number of those schools in the state. And I do think it's time for us to reevaluate what the board looks like and the voting members on it, because there is different viewpoints for different positions that you hold in the district. Our principals have a lot different viewpoints of things than us at the administrative level, at the district level, and the rules have a complete different perspective of what's going on with the metropolitan areas. So the diversity is there with those different views, but I don't think we're really representing that non-public entity in this organization is huge and not represented. And so I think we need to kind of take a look at that as we move forward with the structure of what we're doing here. Thank you.
That's a good comment. Mr. Kenny?
Jay Kenny for the record. I also agree with the Domingo, but that's the other thing I would like to mention too is I would like to get us away from stating north versus north, south, because it's really not north, south. At the end of the day, it's regions in the state of Nevada and not just north versus south. I'm not saying that it's derogatory, but I would like to get away from saying that. I feel like it's already, especially on TV, everyone's listening to it. All I keep hearing is it's north versus south. All right, but in my opinion, as a parent liaison, it's not. I'm here to see what's best for every child in the state of Nevada, instead of saying north versus south. I just wanted to put that out there because really it's regions. It's region 1, it's region 2, region 3, and region 4, right? Region 1 has a couple votes, region 2 has a vote, region 3 has a couple votes, and region 4 has 6 votes, right? But I just want to state my opinion there as the parent liaison on that.
Appreciate that. Yes, Mr. Post.
Yeah, just to, address Domingo's, comments, and I don't necessarily disagree with those comments. But to do that, because we are established by state legislature, when we added the parents, when we added the student liaisons, that was all done legislatively. And so to add the member, we would have to do it legislatively. And, it's possible to get that done. And if this body so chose, we could, put a bill forward into the next session and say, hey, we want a voting member from the charter private. I mean, that's just, but that's the process. That's what has to take place to be able to add voting members to this board. It has to be legislatively.
Right.
From my understanding.
I'm gonna go to Kate, Ms. Brockett, and then back to you, Tim.
So just to kind of, because I know this conversation will come back up, so just some things to think about going into the conversation, I'm assuming in June. Regulation overhaul, so like way to say, if you're going to do something with the board, not only may it have to go legislatively, but we have to go through the regulation process. You're talking about splitting into multiple different boards for different purposes. The bigger issue is that so many, majority of our regulations reference Board of Control. Now, what are we talking? Are we talking a Board of Control that's over the Board of Controls that are the section boards? Because then you're talking a Board of Control and then you're talking section boards. So there's a lot to this. And it would be a full overhaul of the majority of our regulations, which as we know, takes a lot of time. And that's a lot to consider. What is that actually going to look like on top of obviously the cost of that and having multiple boards and running multiple boards is a huge, concern, just in general, when we're talking about such a small budget. And I said this yesterday about representation and Jay said it perfectly. It is regions. And if you don't think that having a North board and a South board is going to further the divide, you are sadly mistaken. Our goal, as Jay said, is you are representing, everybody in this room is representing a region that includes every member school in that region. 5A to 1A, private charter and public. That is not happening. I'll state the elephant in the room. That is not happening in this room. And it's probably because the history of our organization has been based on the 17 public school districts. And so there has been a history of, if you're representing this particular region, you're representing the public schools in that region, but that's not really the makeup of our association anymore. So that needs to shift. And I agree. And Tim and I have had this conversation about possibly putting forth legislation or changing to the regulations of adding charter and public, charter and private voting members to the board. And then removing maybe some of those other people in that region for the public schools so that there's more of a fair, equitable representation of all of our member schools. So those, I think, are kind of the 4 things I would think about going into the conversation next time is all the regulations that would need to be changed, cost, true representation of our state and our association, and what this would do to the divide that already exists.
Thank you. Ms. Crockett.
Really, thanks, Kate, to piggyback on that same thing. I know we've talked about this before, that we're one state of Nevada, right? We represent and we speak for all of our students. And we want to make sure that we're staying true to what our mission is in being able to provide, great opportunities for our students and maybe even promote some students who would never become athletes to try to engage in student athletics, right? Increasing graduation rates. We've said all of those things within this meeting at this time. And I do want us to think about, what is that what is that end goal? What is that focus? And I know yesterday I had mentioned that we do need to start thinking of what has been happening in our state and what direction student athletics is going in our state, because it changes just with technology, right? Things change faster and more rapidly. We don't seem to react at the same speed as the changes that happen. And a lot of times right now, it's to us instead of us being proactive. So thinking about that forward, because I know, again, that this item is coming up in June. And obviously, it's not an action item, so no, I'm not gonna put it in a motion. But I do think, I absolutely agree with my colleague here on looking at some governance training for us. I know it's not necessarily this item. It is related, not related, you know, within this item, but maybe something also to think about for the next meeting, to talk about, do we as a board need to go through a governance training? I don't know which comes first. Does the governance training come first and then we look at the model of what the board and the makeup of the board should look like? Does that need to go through actual NRS where there's some other, you know, changes where we need to talk to legislation, right? To see what would need to happen on that end, because I definitely know that the way that we operate and do business is really, it's tied directly to what is written within our revised statutes, which is, again, not up to us. That's up to some others, but we do need to get on the same page, work together as a board to figure out what are those end goals? How do we have that representation? Because absolutely, our charter and private schools, you know, they're growing more and more. And I do think they need a better voice, a better representation within the board system, within the structure, within having that vote. Absolutely. But again, so some things just to think about for when we're moving forward in June.
Mr. Jackson.
So there's two lines of discussion here that need to be addressed. One, I'm not talking about the CIF model. I mean, I'm just pushing that to the side. Talking about voting representation of our charter schools and our private schools. It depends on how you look at the regulation. Neil and I were just having a side conversation about that very aspect. Is one, you have to look at it that it says county schools board, it's predominant through the entire document. So therefore, we could be looking at a situation where we need the legislature to come in and say, you need to reorganize it in this manner. Or we could look at it as saying, anywhere it says that, we have to go in and change that regulation. So we could look at it to take a little bit more of a deep dive into that. But I'm going to be on the record right now as I agree that the representation on the board needs to be more representative of our schools and our members as opposed to our regional areas. When it was first originally put together, it said county school districts. The county school, if you look, the original charter is signed by the superintendents of the counties. I think it's important to understand that our second largest member in student population in the state of Nevada are our charter schools. Their enrollment numbers make them the second largest district in the state of Nevada. And then the number of private schools that existed when this was originally signed in the early 70s. I'd be hard pressed if we could go beyond 3. I would say the Meadows, Gorman, and Minot. And I don't know if Faith was there yet. And maybe Faith. So we've changed. And I'm sure there's more that I'm missing. I'm not trying to downplay any school that I didn't remember in that list. So there are 2 different ways to look at this. I think we need to look at it from a staff standpoint as to provide you with more information. But moving forward, I think that we can provide that with you. But I've said it to Mr. Henneman, I've said it before to our staff, that our board makeup needs to be more representative of the member schools that we represent. That you represent, excuse me.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back to Mr. Holmes.
Dennis Holmes, State Superintendent Rep. Really appreciate all the comments that have been made and the additional information. I am gonna go back and, I don't do board governance trainings and I have no skin in the game, but the beauty of the training is that once we establish protocol, that expectation is set. And so if I'm termed out, the next person who takes this chair understands what the expectation is. And I know we have 2 veteran school board presidents in here and other school board members that understand when you take that oath, you know what the expectation is. There's no question. And I think for us to be able to be afforded an opportunity like that would be invaluable. So I tremendously appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Domingo?
Oh, I was just, I got it worked out.
Because you're sitting next to Xavier.
Correct.
Getting there,
Sorry,
Neil.
Rayanne Sorensen.
Oh, okay, Rayanne, go right ahead.
Thank you, Rayanne Sorensen, Parent Liaison Region 2 and 3. I appreciate Jay's comments. I appreciate Kate's comments. I just kind of reiterate the same thing. I speak with parents of and administrators at not only charter schools, private schools, and public schools as well. So I do agree, like maybe they do need a larger voice on the board, but yet those us three parent liaisons that the legislature added to the board, you know, we do represent the kids from all of those different schools.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Colson.
Yeah, since we're talking about governance training, just to let you know that as a school board member, and we have 4 school board members on the board of control. We are required to have 6 hours of training in the first and the third years of our terms. So, that was set forth by the legislature. We received that training. And we have to document that training and submit it onto a website. So that the legislature know that the school board members throughout the state of Nevada are receiving training in all different aspects, governance, financials, ethics, and all of that. That's comes with being an elected official, but it is out there, and anytime that we can train in governance is always a positive thing. It's a good thing.
I appreciate that. Bring us home, Ms. Cavazos.
I take that as a hint, wrap it up. I want to, it's more than a hint. Reiterating what Wade was just saying right now, we just finished doing a CCSD, a public governance training. We took something that was like 40 some governance policies, whittled them down to about 28, 27, 28. We still haven't done the final on that. And so besides the 6 that are required, which is always a really good idea through NASB, we also did about something like, I don't know, about 40 additional hours of governance training focused on what Mr. Holtz was talking, Superintendent Holtz was talking about. Basically knowing your lane, knowing what's expected of you, and knowing when you can kind of not cross over, but that you can give input, but you don't have authority over a certain thing. So I think it would be helpful, and I guess we can wait until future items to maybe bring something up. And we have, I mean, I myself have tons of resources on trainers, so it doesn't have to be like what we went through, which was something like, I don't know, I think we've done something like about 10 days total. And that's because we have new board members that have not had the training. And then other people who have had one kind of training. And Washoe and Clark County School Districts are under a model called Balanced Governance right now. And that was taught by a specific trainer named Dr. Thomas Ellsbury. But there are other trainers out there for various kinds of boards. So I'd be glad to help with that.
You guys, thank you for the conversation. Mr. Holmes, thank you for asking us to have this conversation. And again, we plan to bring this back. Okay, anything else? Thank you for bringing us home with you. All right, let's go to item number 23. That is on page 156.
Every period. Every period is over. You don't do else if you didn't notice.
I walked out to use the bathroom and got sent to the office. The compliment was somebody thought I was stupid.
All right, state wrestling, this is for information and discussion. Vice President Slugworth will lead a discussion on the wrestling venues, location, and cost size.
Thank you. Wrestling has turned into, and I'd have to get verification from the executive director, but wrestling has become one of our largest state tournaments. Yes, if not the largest. And also, the way we run it is absolutely phenomenal because it involves every single level, the girls and boys and everything else. The problem is it's too big for the state of Nevada at this particular time, the way it's run. Having all the divisions, girls and boys together, all at the same site. It has become very difficult because the places that we could host the tournaments are out of the metro area of Las Vegas and Reno. We got to go to Winnemucca. We've had to go to Fallon. We've had Arizona. We've had to go out of places. I don't know if there's venues big enough to host this phenomenal state event. And I tell you what, I've been to all of them. And their wrestling is a great, I wasn't a wrestler, didn't go watch wrestling in high school, scared of wrestlers, all this whole thing. But since I've got into this position, I love watching wrestling. And with that being said, I really think that we really need to look at our state wrestling format and how we do it and how we can make it better. And I don't think necessarily the best method at this particular time is having all thousands of people in the same location, but I think I want to open that up for a discussion.
Mr. Jackson.
I don't disagree with your assessment of the event, and it's very good. I don't disagree with your assessment of the venues, not being centrally located. I will tell you that when we are searching for venues for wrestling, we run into some logistical things that have nothing to do with the event, and they have nothing to do with the venue. They have to do with regulation and policy implementation. First and foremost, girls is an open division. Therefore, the girls' event needs to be hosted at a place where it is all at once. Now, with that being said, there are schools, many of them, that do not have a dedicated individual girls coach. Therefore, the event for girls cannot contradict, restrict, or go against a boys event at the same time, because there's a high potential that a coach for this team is going to be a coach for this team. And I remember quite vividly the statement made that, well, I can send my assistant coach to do this, and I can send my assistant coach to do that at two different sites when this discussion was brought up. That doesn't work if a school only has a wrestling coach. So that in itself. Now, do I think the girls warrant a standalone event? Absolutely. I think everybody deserves a standalone event like that. What I hear Mr. Stallworth discussing is a conversation that we are already in with Fallon about Raptor C3 stepping up. Their concern about hosting the event was exactly what Mr. Stallworth said. It's too big for everything. They have actually proposed to us that they host 2A, 3A, and all girls on one weekend. We then moved the boys 4A and 5A to the corresponding weekend, either in front of it or behind it, front and back, whatever. I don't have a problem with that. I think that's a great idea. And we can secure it for 3 years, Sean?
They're asking, sorry, they're asking 3 years.
Don't go any further than just the years. That's all for right now. They're asking for 3 years. Okay. I can tell you right now that I can feel the eyeball staring at me. Because I said 3A, 2A, and girls in the north for 3 years. I can feel it. And I'll tell you the truth, don't care. Because here's the problem. We don't do this. We don't have a venue, period. Now, 4A and 5A. First thing we heard out of the South after the 4A tournament was over, the 4A standalone, Tim, the venue's too small, too crowded, we had too many people. Now we throw the 5A in there, and it just more than doubled. It goes up about 2.25. So we need a bigger venue for that, which I don't disagree with. My hope would have been that we could have looked at a way of possibly flip-flopping north to south. 4A, 5A go to Fallon on the odd year. The 2A, 3A and girls go to the south in the odd year. and we equitably do it. But I can feel that eyeball again. You're sending the northern kids, which is a standalone division, to the north, and I gotta ship them up there. Again, give me a viable solution that works. The other cost effective problem we have is this: the cost to use Fallon, 0. One day, not including officials, ticket takers, ticket sellers, over $6,000. Yes, ma'am, I can show you the bills. $6,000 for one day. And I tell you, we are in a cost prohibitive situation here, but if we want to do this, we've got to commit. I wanted to try and secure the Orleans Arena perpetually for the last week of winter. Do basketball one year, do wrestling the next year. Basketball, wrestling, basketball, wrestling. I thought that would be a really great idea. I can't find a comparable place to do the wrestling or the basketball that doesn't create the same problems. We don't want to move our kids north and south if they're only in a standalone division. I get it, but until we address that major concern right there, the board will be looking at this problem every year in perpetuity. It will not go away. And that is a major, major concern, because ironically, we don't have that problem in football right now because we are able to play at a high school and it works. We cannot hold state wrestling in a high school because it's getting too big. It's too big. I'll be honest with you. We were at capacity for basketball, and in most of those venues, we had one division. We were hanging from the rafters, some of those schools. So I think, Rollins, I don't disagree with you at all, but I think that the board has got to make that concerted effort to say best available venue, regardless of the geographic location, and assess the cost that's associated with it.
Yes, sir.
Jay Kenny, is it the arena needs the room for mats, or is it needs the room for attendees?
Yes.
Both.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a great question.
Okay,
Yeah.
and what, and how big of an arena do you need? How many mats need to be laid down at one time?
So it depends on the number of divisions. So right now, when we do 2, 3, 5 and girls, we use 8 mats over 2 days. If we were to add another division, I would actually defer to some of our wrestling professionals, but I would believe we would probably, just extrapolating it out, probably need another 2 mats over 2 days. So I think that would be the issue.
Okay. So a place like this, or I've never been at the Orleans Arena, is that something like Lawler Event Center? Would that be the same with a one basketball court? Did you fit, I mean, do you need 2 basketball courts? I'm just trying to think of.
No, basketball, we don't need it. Basketball, what we need is we need a venue for more days. The basketball is fine with 1 court. It's the number of days, because our 1A has to play, it's an 8-team tournament. And we bring in the 1A boys and 1A girls, and then you have to play everything else down, and we can only play so many games in a day.
And the reason I'm just looking for the future, because obviously men's basketball at the University of Nevada will be moving to its new arena, where there is opportunity for that arena to potentially be used in the future.
And we're in conversations with them right now.
But I was just wondering the size. I just don't know the question of how many mats would
We held wrestling in Orleans, but it was only 4 divisions when we did it. So it was 2, 3, 4, 5. We had the girls as the 5th. So that the discussion of dividing it by 2, 3 and girls and then 4, 5 is good, but it becomes the logistics.
So then obviously the other question, obviously, which we talked prior in yesterday, was obviously Mr. Whipperman, we're going to look into the fee structure, obviously, of the fees that are even at the high school level are costing so much more down here. And you just said that obviously there's not a high school big enough to hold that.
Right.
So that's out of the question.
Unless I'm.
You're correct.
Okay.
There's no way that a high school could actually host even 4A, 5A together, or 1, 2, 3 girls.
Right.
It's just, I tell you what, guys, the wrestling fans and spectators are enormous in this state.
Which I think is wonderful, but, and that just shows you that they're willing to travel, so it doesn't really matter where it's going to be. They're going to go wherever it is, whether it's 2 years in a row or 3 years in a row. This tournament has become the tournament, so they would love to travel, it seems like to me. So I don't think there should be any issue of where it's being held, especially if we get a deal on a specific arena.
Well, the other issue though is accommodations. Because that becomes a major issue because, you know, I just talk about the 2 cities we dealt with. We dealt with Winnemucca. We dealt with Fallon, Fernley, Fallon and Elko, those places. You know, there was an article in the Reno Gazette Journal at the last state tournament about how Hotel Holiday Inn raised their prices from $150 a night to $500 a night in Winnemucca. And I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous that, you know, that was going on. And it was in front page of the newspaper. So those things happen. So, I mean, that has to play a role in it too.
Absolutely.
I know that, you know, Pam, it's an extremely expensive adventure to send state wrestlers, regional wrestlers up north for 3 years in a row. And guess what? We have to usually pay and stay overnight when it's in the north, when it's in Fallon and or Elko and or Winnemucca. We pay the same as if we were going to Vegas. It's no different. So that's what we're gonna have to pay as well. You know, the problem is we have half our wrestlers staying the night at Fernley and the other half staying in Winnemucca for a wrestling match in Winnemucca. When it's in Elko, we have some staying in, you know, one city and the other group staying closer to Elko. And we have to rotate it the next couple of years. And they're bitching and moaning about that to me. And I understand that.
And the other, wait, I'm coming to this. The big thing too is that, and I know Tim even alluded to this, is a standard loan. We have a whole classification from the south that does not compete with the north. And if we bring them up, we talk about schools' money and funding and situations like that, that's an added expense. I just also want the board to know that if we start that with wrestling, that is a big conversation with cross-country and track. Because they think too that these standalone, you know, and I've said this many a times that we went to this new structure with the realignment, that we knew that those would remain south. All right, Mr. Paulson.
Wrestling has the same issue as all of our sports, the best available venue, right? That's what we want. We want the best available venue for the kids, for the players, for their coaches. We all want the best available venue, but since I've been on this board for 5 years, this has been a discussion of venue and what is the best and what's the cost effectiveness. And the thing that we keep coming back to is if you want the best venue for the kids, then you have to have long-term contracts. Long-term contracts are 3 to 5 years. That's what the board's got to grapple with. I'm going to be gone off this board after next meeting. I'm done, right? I'm termed out. So the thing is if this board wants the best available venues, you have to start looking at those long-term contracts and get away from the north-south, like Jay said, get away from the north-south and say, what's the best for the kids? We hear that all the time. We want what's best for the kids. Best available venue means long-term contracts. And that's where you get your pricing. And that's where you get your deals. And we have to make that commitment. And it's a tough conversation for the standalones. It really is. It's a tough conversation there. I think that we should go with long-term contracts. That's my personal opinion. And I seen it done in the nineties. I seen it done with the Lawler and I seen it done with Sam Boyd Stadium. All through the nineties, football state championship was in Sam Boyd Stadium. And all of the basketball state championships were in Lawler. And it was basically all through the nineties and it was fantabulous. And I loved it because I would go and sit there all day and watch basketball all day for 3 straight days. I'd go to the Sam Boyd and I'd watch every classification all day long. And I, as a fan, as a player, as a coach, I loved it. And I think that's what we need to get back to.
No, I agree. Those were good old days. All right, I'm gonna go to Bart next. I have all of you.
We have Austin online wanting to comment. Austin, if you go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, Austin Mayo, 3A liaison. I just want to add to this conversation again the issue I brought up earlier that the 3A ADs have asked about of the possibility of splitting the girls division from a fully open division to a large school and then small school open division to, and I believe that would help with some of these venues and space wise because you would have less athletes at one location.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm gonna go to Teresa.
So dimension wise, Lawler is 184 feet long, but the problem is it's rounded a little bit. So you cannot fit 6 mats in Lawler. You only fit 4 because you have your table, your scores table, your benches for both sides. So that takes that. So it only would probably do 4. So convention center could be possible. They want to give and the community, so.
Go ahead.
So we've been in conversation with the convention center as well. We're in a few issues there. One, they don't have a basketball court. We can't really do basketball there. They're working on getting one and we're very appreciative of that. We look forward to it. They don't have a functioning scoreboard right now, correct, Sean? They don't have a functioning scoreboard or shot clocks for basketball, and they don't have locker room facilities. So we're still in the conversation with them. Please note that we are willing to talk to anyone, before Sean gets to talk to everybody. But we are in conversations with all of them. We can't get into Orleans down here because they have the cheerleading thing locked up. I think it's through 29. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's 29. So we're gonna try and get to there. But you know, we want to try all of these as much as we can possibly. But at the end of the day, one of the things that was brought up yesterday was that I had changed the wrestling schedule as a point of emphasis from this board. And the reason I changed the wrestling schedule was because we needed a venue. And I tried to express that at that meeting. That's why I brought the item back for the approval of the board. I think it's important to understand that if we continue to put an N and an S behind every state championship, we are locking the hands of the executive director and the staff of securing any venue for any state championship event. Because now we are at the mercy of a geographic location. And in that geographic location, the venues that are capable of holding it. I tell you, I have said it numerous times, Washoe did a phenomenal job. Burnley did a phenomenal job with state basketball for us this year. It was spectacular. But it would have been really spectacular to be one of those states that puts that picture on their Instagram of the arena empty before the chaos begins. But we can't do that because we're spread out all over the place. And we are spread out all over the place because of 2 reasons. One, we have incredible members that are willing to host these events for us. Thank you, Valley down here, Spanish Springs and everybody in the north, Worcester and all that. But at the end of the day, if we're going to continue to flip north and south, we are going to continue to have this problem and it's not going to go away.
Miles.
So I just want to kind of piggyback on Jason. Sorry, Miles Baldwin, 1A rep. When it comes to travel, and I understand Rollins, Pam, I understand, I don't even want to know what it's like for you guys. I don't. But for us, we're going everywhere for every sport. We're coming down here, we're going to Reno, we're going to Fallon, we're getting on a bus, we're going 5-6 hours every weekend. It's not just for state, it's every weekend. So our parents, if I went back and said, hey, it's gonna be in Fallon for 3 years, or it's gonna be in Orleans, or it's gonna, parents say, okay, we know what it takes, we'll save up, we'll gotta do to get there. The other thing, when we talk about expenses and the spring sports, every other year when it's down here in the south, Rollins, you know this, EDC, the room rates, I mean, the room rates are what they are for EDC, and they're crazy, and it's expensive for all of us. But we gotta bring our track kids down here, we gotta bring baseball, softball down here, we have to. We figure it out, so, I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you. Domingo, where'd you go? All right, Dave, you're next.
David Chart liaison. One of the concerns I heard from one of our charter schools about state wrestling was available rooms. Is there one of those at the, so that's one thing we should consider as we're coming up with venues. Are there enough rooms for all the athletes, parents, families? Because they were a 3A charter school that that just started wrestling. And they ended up having a couple kids qualify for state, and they were scrambling trying to find hotel rooms. And so, we talked about the price, price wasn't an object, it was trying to find a room somewhere to get in. But also, what even Miles said is, sometimes you gotta look outside of our Las Vegas and Reno. I don't want to call bubbles, but it's saying travel, but there's schools all over the state that are traveling all the time. It doesn't matter where it's being held at. They're getting on that bus. I know Lincoln County, White Pine, they come to Vegas a lot for breaker season games. As we've gone to Lincoln County for volleyball and football and sports, so yeah, travel's the thing. So even if it's a standalone, I think if you have that great atmosphere for them, I think that's more positive, because I remember cross country this fall for state was like the kids said it was worse than a weekday meet.
Hey, Tammy, I got just.
A lot of good discussion. I think like when we talk about creating the atmosphere, I think we have to look at, it doesn't necessarily, I remember, like, was it last meeting, it was meeting before, when we asked the kids, right? What would you guys want? Does it matter if it's in a high school, if they create the right atmosphere? So, I mean, I think sometimes we as adults are like, no, it's gotta be at Lawler, it's gotta be at these big expensive venues. But sometimes, and I'll tell you, when we played state at UNR, it wasn't a good experience as far as there was no atmosphere. Because we couldn't use locker rooms, there were sometimes when you get those bigger venues, you get so many restrictions that the kids don't care, they just wanna play. And it's the atmosphere you create, right? So if that means it's at a high school and we have to just work and get, like, and I know high school for wrestling is hard because you can't, I saw the 4A when I was at Desert Pines, it was insane. Not that I want to volunteer, but I think the Legacy is right across the street from them. Could we host it with the extra space at the gym if they're willing to help? And then get other schools to help us run it and create that atmosphere. Because when we look at the cost, I don't think it's necessarily like he was saying, the travel, like, I get it, sometimes we do have to travel. It's more so the cost I feel like we're looking at as opposed to the actual travel.
Thank you. Good.
So I'm not sure, I agree the atmosphere is right. I mean, I'll be honest with you. At Valley High School for the 5A state championship, it was crazy in there. I abandoned Bart on day 2 to go north. And I know what it was like in that room. And I watched it on the network to see if I could see him, see if his head exploded, but it did, and we were very fortunate. I want to go to something that came out, and staff is aware of this, and I don't know, I think X might be aware of this as well. The state of Georgia hosts their state championship football in Mercedes-Benz Arena. Their gate receipts did not cover their costs associated with it, and they had to pony up an extra $150,000. That $150,000 is actually dispersed out to the schools that participated in the state tournament to offset their cost. In other words, you play in the state championship, you get a little extra money for your program to help offset your costs. I heard that and it made me realize something. One, that, wow, I wish we had, wish we had that kind of funds. That'd be great to send you guys a check for a little over $9,000 from each school that participated. That's what they paid them back for that. But at the same time, Tammy, I think you're right that the venue can be a state championship venue. It doesn't matter where it is, because when we play at other schools, it works that way. But when it's a logistical improbability because of the size of the event, that's where it becomes a problem. Can we continue to do what we did in basketball? Absolutely. Sunrise Mountain is an incredible host for boys volleyball, and they do a great job. All three divisions play out there, and it's spectacular. And it's loud, noisy, and we have a great venue for that. Baseball can be played at a high school stadium that we can do. I mean, we're hosting baseball and softball at Sierra Vista, and we're very fortunate that both of them are gonna be able to host it and run a great venue for us. But it also runs into the other problem. Hosts. Look at the issue we're having with qualifying regionals in the north for track. We heard public comment about the fact that we didn't have it set. Now, I will tell you that in the last 24 hours, we have said that it will be at Carson High School. We've worked out, okay. We worked it out and we're good to go. But the venue host becomes an issue as well. And that's the other problem, because we go higher seats and we burn everybody out. And we got to be very careful of that. So I think that there's a lot of moving parts to this. And I think the board needs to really address how they want the staff to proceed, or the NIA in that matter to proceed with the venue securing for the future, because what Wade said is correct. If we don't look at multiple years, we won't get in. And look what's going on down here in Vegas. They're talking about bringing an NBA team into town. What's going to happen then with venue accessibility and cost?
All right, I have a lot of pretty. I have Mr. Whipperman online. Mr. Whipperman?
Thanks, Pam. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
God, my head is gigantic on that screen. Woo! Hi, everybody. Sorry, I had a state audit for attendance and had to run. Tim, I like the idea of Central, and I hope we can make it work. I think some of the challenges with some of the smaller towns, like some people have said, the venues are beautiful. It's the cost to parents to try to get hotel rooms and things that become really hard. And I hate the thought of having to potentially price people out of the ability to attend. I don't have a great answer. As you know, Tim, we've hosted baseball and several other events. Some events are really hard to host. Track and wrestling are really hard to host. Those are very busy events, but just keeping in mind parent costs. And yeah, I don't know, Tim, I agree with you. I wish I had answers for you. I'm in the same boat with wrestling. We have a men's and women's coach that's the same coach, and so now you have to wrestling. Now you have to try to have that at the same venue. Gives you size problems. Centennial is always willing to help you out when we can and try to host. So I mean, I just try to keep parent costs in mind as you do that. If they're traveling 4 or 5 years and 3, 4 years in a row, that's tough, but it may be the answer that we have to come to. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go back. Domingo, you had your card up earlier. I'll take you out of the queue. All right, I'm gonna go to Sean.
Sean Simons and I staff, good, the bad, the ugly. Tim stole a little of my thunder. In the last 24 hours, we've secured Carson High School to be the host for those trials for Northern 3A and 5A. The people that spoke in public comment yesterday from the north from their track association, coach association, talked to me prior to this meeting. They're having a hard time in Northern Nevada finding athletic administration teams that'll host these events or having proper facilities that they can even host them at. A lot of these schools don't have the administration staff or the facility to do it. We are very fortunate that Reno is hosting their regional on May 8th and 9th for track for 1A through 5A up there. And then Hug High School, as you know, is hosting the state track meet for everybody. So we are fortunate to have Hug and Reno and some of these people in place. So that's good news. And again, Mr. Jackson probably stole some of my thunder. Now we'll talk about the ugly, 4A standalone for track. We, again, this year, I've decided, this was a couple months back, last fall, as if you can see on our website, the 4A is running their regionals or trials, if you will, on May 2nd, 1st and 2nd. And then they're going to be running their state at the 5A Southern regionals, because there's a lot that goes into that. Because you have to, with track meets, for those of you that have not run them before, you can't just have one classification because kids are sitting around. You have to have available races and whatnot. We surveyed 4A coaches. I had Mr. Tyrell Cooper and Corey Anderson, our Southern Nevada track and cross country folks. Nobody wants to step up and run a standalone 4A state track meet by themselves when everybody would be going to Hug High School the following weekend. So again, it goes down to, you know, we've had a high turnover in athletic administrators, high turnover in athletic directors statewide. Can we get the training? Can we get people to step up and start doing some of these things? Otherwise, we end up doing this. I advised Corey and Tyrell last fall, as Mr. Jackson can attest, to survey these coaches, survey the APs. Can we get this going so we can have that standalone? Mr. Henneman brought up the fact about the 4A standalone cross country Boulder City. I was there. Everybody else went north. I was there. It is what it is at this point. And then getting back to the Rafter 3C, just want to give some more clarification, shifting gears here for wrestling. First of all, as a longtime athletic director administrator, you always book your rooms. When we tell you if it's 3 months away, 4 months away, book those rooms. So I'd advise you to talk to your charter school person, even if you don't think your kids are going to make it. I've talked to several people. You book those rooms, AD 101, and you can always cancel them the week before, right? So that's just one thing. Rafter 3C, their concern is their capacity. They cannot do 1A through 5A there. The capacity, their fire marshal shut them down, as Mr. Malkovich already knows this. So their proposal was the 2A, which, as we've learned through Miles, 1A and 2A classifications, the 3A and every single girl in the state to be there on February 19th and 20th, the next year, 27. Then the following week, 4A, 5A is all down here in the south, as Mr. Jackson alluded to. Devil's advocate says, what, those kids are going to sit around for a week, the 4A, 5A kids? Well, the girls already kind of do that anyway. They do their qualifier, right? So there's that. Mr. Rob Kate was in on this conversation. If you don't know Mr. Rob Kate, the wrestling guru of the state of Nevada, I said, that's fine. If that'd be looking at 4A, 5A in the south the very next weekend. So northern people are sending 5A people down. Ms. Sloan at CCSD is going to send 3A schools up there. There's not a 2A CCSD school. There's a couple of 1A ones. So, and the girls, obviously, she'll have to send girls. But to find a venue for 4A, 5A alone by itself in Las Vegas remains a challenge. Mr. Kate suggested you get the Arbor Views, the Shadow Ridges, the Cimarrons, the Spring Valleys, and you book it out. You say, hey, 4A is going to be at Shadow Ridge, 5A is going to be at Cimarron Memorial. Now, again, Mr. Jackson told you we did Desert Pines in one day, you know, standalone this last year for 4A. It does get a little crowded, but without taxing CCSD administrators and principals and ADs even more, if I'm at Coronado High, or if I'm at Arborview High School and I say, yeah, we'll do the 4A or the 5A on this 27, but I know I'm not hosting it in 28. It's rotating. It's all about communication. So I just wanted to give some clarity on that. As far as what Rafter 3C was offering, the Rafter 3C is offering zero cost. And they felt that with the 1A and 2A and 3A and the girls, it is an event. You'll keep them under the capacity, but it's an event, you know, especially for the girls to see that. And been in talks with the Reno Convention Center, as Mr. Jackson said. They have plenty of space. They've never run a wrestling thing as far as at this capacity. They were looking at offering hotel rooms at a 50% off, fee for Park County and anybody that's coming in. But they want all the classes there as well. So that's the Reno Convention Center. And we've talked to Mr. Mayo out at Winnemucca. And it's like, you know what? They said, hey, throw us in there too. So essentially, we kind of have a bidding war with 3 places that want to do this. And I echo everybody here, best venue available and what's best for kids. And again, when you find out the wrestling is going to be in one of these places, you book your rooms right away. That way you can get under the price. And yes, I know there was a newspaper article and guess there was one innkeeper in Winnemucca that took advantage of it, I think. And, but again, we're in the best interest of kids, being on the staff, being a longtime educator coach. I feel that we can all work together on this, but I am a little concerned about the waterfall effect or the trickle down effect, if you will, when people start saying, well, they did this for wrestling, why aren't they doing it for this? And we have a lot of work ahead of us as usual. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Anfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that, you know, in our current alignment, you know, we've got 2 more years that we have to get through. I don't envy the realignment committee ever, but especially this coming realignment, because football, as we know, is going to be a major topic of conversations. I think wrestling is going to be another topic of conversation. I know, as we've heard from Austin about, you know, maybe splitting the girls, and then we've got different classifications, things of that nature. So wrestling is going to be a concern. And I think that alignment committee, realignment committee will also need to come up with a solution for standalones. It might be time for us to get rid of standalones, as challenging as that might be, because then that will no longer be a conversation. So there's some creative pieces that need to come to fruition, but right now, I think those 3 need to be noted as major pieces that need to get resolved. But that's not another 2 years, which I know is not beneficial for our current situation now. But during those conversations, get those ironed out, I think then you can go more specific to Tim's idea of going long term, because then things can kind of go away.
Mr.
I
Jack.
think I just heard Xavier volunteer to be the chair of the realignment. Mr. McPartland, would you second that nomination?
No, sir.
Second, third, fourth. You've been there, you've done it. You
I
know.
think we
I
should
used to
bring
like
Mr.
you.
McPartland back.
Approved.
Just visiting.
Boss. Yeah, I would also, and I know the predicament you're in, and I know you know the financial predicament we sit around this table are in as well. But I would be more than willing to, I need to get in front of administrators, schools, if we're potentially looking to bring standalones from the south to the north. We need to have, that conversation needs to be had, and we need to be able to have, if we're doing this for wrestling, what's the trade-off? Because I can't, I mean, I don't want to say but we can't just send the Southern 4A all the time up north. But I think it's worth the conversation, and this is a shift for me, but I'm willing to start having that conversation with schools.
I want to go back to the one thing I said yesterday when the meeting first started. If I'm going to be held accountable to this, I can't be held accountable to something I can't change or work within. So please understand that you're holding me accountable for something that you're setting me up for failure just by this conversation right now if we don't move forward with that. Because I cannot meet that goal, I cannot meet that objective, and therefore I should not be held accountable to it.
Well, then we are all held accountable.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to Dave.
David, I'm Charlie Liaison, and to clarify what I said about the whole atmosphere of it. For that standalone 4A, after their meet, most of the athletes went straight to their phones. Why do they go to their phones? Because they're checking on to see what's going on up north at the 4A, at the 5A, 3A. Because those are the athletes they ran against all season. And over there, if they were there, they'd rather see them racing too. That, just like at regionals, they like that they had that feel after their race, for their races, they're watching those other races go and cheering those guys on, because even though they were competitors, like in the invitationals and weekday meets, you know, they become friends. If you've ever been to a track meet, seriously, if you've never been to a track meet, go to a track meet. You see all these athletes, they're just hanging out in the middle of the field, the bleachers, talking, you know, and they want to celebrate each other, especially at a state event. And that's what I mean about the atmosphere. It doesn't matter where it is. You could have it in a dirt lot somewhere or across country. As long as we're all there cheering each other on, that's where the atmosphere is coming from.
Thank you. I think we could put a little bit of closure to this, because it's just discussion. And, I assume that this will be back on the June, Jackson?
The venue,
Or, yeah, or we're gonna continue this discussion, or no?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't.
Madam
Well,
President,
let's-
I have a question.
Yes,
I know we have item 32, which is future items. I'm wondering if, is it premature for us to consider making a motion for a future item for the executive director to bring us some options to actually put on paper what is available out there, and for us to actually vote, because we just keep talking and talking and talking. Before we know it, we're going to have no choices whatsoever. And like Tim said, we're going to be saying, oh, we're holding you accountable. But the reality is the reality. What's available is available, and what's not available is not available. What is free, and what's not free is not free. And we all have to accept it, and we all have to take the action necessary to actually get where we need to be.
yeah, we can include that at the next board meeting. But again, like I said, that's a good point. Thank you. This is information discussion at this point. Ms. Brockett.
I would, Christina Brockett, Region 4, I would just piggyback off of what Alex was just saying. And I know in the beginning, Tim, when you opened up this discussion, I think which started almost an hour ago now. On this, you were talking about like the creative use of venues, which I really appreciated when we talk about that cost to families, right? If a family is always traveling for their child's an athlete, makes it to state all 4 years, and they have to continuously travel all 4 years, it is very cost burdensome. But you made some creative solutions of, hey, we can get this single venue, but 1 year we use it for this, 1 year we use it for this. So then you're swapping back and forth. I'd like to hear more of those types of creative options with some of those venues, so that we also keep in mind that burden, right? The financial burden, not only to the school districts involved in the traveling, but also to the families that are trying to go and support their children and create that atmosphere that we want our children to have.
Thank you. Okay, I believe at this time that everyone should get up, go get your lunch, come back to the table. We just have a few items and we'll just sail right through them. How's that? So let's take about a 10-minute break so everybody can get their food.
Right.
Audio's on.
And then.
Peter, you ready for your next? Yes.
All right, once again, once we get everyone seated. Okay, let's go to item 28. Please go to page 168. Assembly Bill 184 quarterly report. We turn it over to Ms. Supervisor.
Thank you. Kate Smith for the record. So very similar to what I presented in January, just same kind of sections here, but updated information. The first section is winter postseason brackets and results. Again, just for your clarification, taking a look at, how those all panned out. I will say one specific thing about one of these brackets that was, very relevant to 81-84. There is a team that went very far. I won't give too much descriptive terms. I don't want to talk about the actual school. But there were several students on that team that did utilize 81-84 and were able to be granted their eligibility when they otherwise would not have been because of 81-84 in a very specific situation. That did lead to success of that team. Now, whether those kids would have not been there and it would have led to the same success, that could have still happened. So I don't want to put any direct correlation to that, but just something of note that there was a pretty significant situation with 81-84 level 2 and those students' eligibility related to that. Transfer data. So this is now collective of pretty much the entire year. This data is of March 26th. We've had several since come in for transfers. So this number has gone up a little bit, but just to go over section 7, which is again, our regulation or the provision of 81-84 that allows for any of those 3 transfers military, which we don't track in this way because we always allow military families, but the lottery system schools and those students transferring prior to grade 10. So we had a total of 521 through March 26th for the year. For lottery systems, 96 of those are from charter schools, 281 are from COSA, CCSD schools, school of choice. From Washoe was 45. And then for students that are transferring prior to 10th grade, there were 99. And so that's for the majority of those are going to be students transferring between like going from a charter back to a private school prior to 10th grade or going to a private school or back from a private school is mostly what you're looking at that number. So some identified concerns. I kind of wanted to highlight, and you'll see a note at the bottom, all of the previously mentioned concerns from January are obviously still of concern, but some additional things that were talked about and really brought up by member schools. And what we've noticed here first was lottery systems. Just any inequities that are caused by schools using weighted lotteries that provide additional lottery entries for particular markers or preferential waitlist numbers for school employees. And is that truly, a lottery in the sense of what the bill's intent was? So just kind of a point of understanding is that some of those schools that do use lotteries do allow for these things that give those students more of that preferential spot in the lottery. So is that truly a lottery and what concerns could come up with that? The Kitty Bento qualified families, when they're going to a school that offers the lottery, they, in my understanding of this, based on conversations with upper leadership in these types of schools, are auto approved into those schools. So they're not a part of the lottery. And because they're falling within one of the other sections of 81-84, section 4, that allows for students that are homeless, they would be automatically approved as well. Eligibility loopholes is another concern. We had a student that was denied eligibility at one school for 2 full years due to falsified documentation, and then they transferred to a school using a lottery system. We did uphold the suspension, but the language of 81-84, as we've mentioned before, has that language notwithstanding any provision of the law to the contrary. So I don't know if that was to be pushed further, how that actually would have panned out. I don't think that's the intent of this bill. I don't think the bill is trying to create these loopholes for students like, oh, I got a 2-year suspension here, I'll just transfer using this bill and then that's wiped away. So I just want to kind of point those out as concerns. And then we have seen a lot of an uptick in the mental health hardships as that's kind of outlined very specifically in the bill. We've seen that, and we've seen that a lot, even in cases where their initial hardship has nothing to do with mental health. And then they either become aware of this bill or somebody has a conversation about this bill and all of a sudden the hardship has shifted now and now there's mental health. And I don't want to discount mental health. Obviously, that is a huge concern, but it puts kind of a dent in those actual real concerns when we have a lot of people that clearly are manipulating and using kind of the guidelines of the bill to try to get their eligibility through an avenue. But also the one piece with the mental health part is it does require a letter from the school counselor, and the way it's written is the pupil's enrolled at, which is the current school. And I think some of that confusion there is this counselor is in many cases, especially in the fall, meeting that student for the first time, and now they're writing a letter about the student's issues at a previous school, really getting obviously secondhand from the family of the student. Versus what I think it should be is the school they're coming from is supporting, hey, they had these concerns while they were here. I worked with them for X amount of time. We think this transfers in their best interest, which makes a little bit more sense. So that was a concern, and how it was interpreted in the level 2 hearing was that it's the school that they're currently enrolled in. So I kind of put some of that information there. As far as recruiting, we definitely have seen an uptick in recruiting. We had 2 last year, which I've mentioned previously, and we're up to 9 this year, and that's actual. We sanctioned for recruiting, but there was an actual violation. That's not counting the additional, allegations that we've received. We probably had at least 3 to 5 other allegations that were, no merit, but we didn't go to a hearing. There was no violation there. So we've definitely seen an uptick there. And the other piece of the recruiting regulation or the recruiting, provision, I'm saying that, of 8184 is that we are kind of bound by this language must be regarding the suspensions, where our regulation is maybe, which gives us a little bit more flexibility because there's obviously a range when it comes to recruiting violations. Some are, clearly a violation and it's egregious and it's not great. And, we feel that we can have a little bit more wiggle room to say, yeah, this should be the full penalty of whatever that is, 1 year or 2 years. Versus some that are much milder, and we know the intent might not have really been there, but it's still violation where we used to have more flexibility and okay, we're just going to suspend you for 5 days or whatever the case is. The language in 8184 is must be, making us, kind of having to stick with the actual penalty that's in there with no wiggle room for those gray areas. Level 2 and 3, historically, we've held 16 on average per academic year. We have had 13 this year with 2 level 2s. So between the 2, we're pretty much right on par, averaging a little bit below what we normally have. But, again, as I mentioned in January, you'd expect that we probably have fewer because we are granting eligibility to a lot more students, but we're still seeing kind of the same amount of level 2 and 3s. And then some other anecdotal data. Section 4, as I've mentioned before, creates that roadmap for parents to just pick a hardship, like off a menu, and just find what they need to prove that. And while we know that real hardships do exist out there, it is very clear when I'm reading through these transfers, I don't live under a rock. I read enough of them that I can understand the real ones from the not so real ones. But it also pretty much puts us in a position where because of the bill, we have to approve these students, whether we feel it's valid or not, if they have the minimum requirements by the bill. So just kind of a difficult situation there. And it obviously makes it so that students can make athletically motivated transfers, unlike what our hardship definition says, is it cannot be related to athletic participation. And we have been able to uphold that at level 2 hearings. It's been great to have that language in there. Now with 8184, they can blatantly say, yeah, this is for athletics, but I need this, this, and this, and I get it. And that's also kind of difficult to swallow. I'm hoping that's not the intent of this bill, is to allow that athletically motivated transfer. The last thing, Tim brought up earlier that him and I went up to Carson City to present at the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education. And I was able to bring as part of that a lot of the feedback for 8184, and was sitting in front of the author of that bill. So we're building that relationship with her and hoping that down the road, there's a possibility to work with legislators to make sure that this is, tightened up a little bit to avoid any of these loopholes that we've noticed over this year. That's it.
Do you have any? Yes, sir.
Just a question for my own information, I don't truly understand. The Clark County zone variance thing versus, AB 184. So does this one-time transfer, does that supersede the Clark County School District zone variance thing? Where a kid or can a Clark County School District kid transfer from one school to another school inside their zone, or can they go from Henderson to Northwest?
Yeah, so CCSD in any school district, whatever their policy is regarding enrollment, obviously, we don't oversee that, but Clark County School District does have lottery system called change of school assignment, and so depending on their seats in their schools, certain schools have certain number of seats and the availability, so yes, they could use AB 184, as you saw in the numbers, those CCSD numbers are for that program. And so they've used it over to actually about half of the transfers that have used it have been Clark County School District students.
Okay.
And at any year they can do that, because that's a lot.
Right, thank you. Yeah,
That's what I think, I'm glad you asked that, because a lot of people have a misconception.
Correct.
That. So there's only about 8 to 10 high schools that have those available seats. Majority of the high schools do not have available seats. So I think when I looked at the coastal list the last time. And sometimes you can be on the list and then fall off, right? Sometimes you, like we were on there 2 years ago and then fell off, and then we haven't been on there since. But we don't have any control over who gets those seats. Like she said, it's a lot of your system done in central office. And the only thing we know is that, we may get 30 seats, we may have 8 freshmen, 10 sophomores, 9 juniors, and 7 seniors. That's the only information we get. But yeah, a lot of people think that that's just an easy, I'm gonna go to this school or this school. The schools have to have available seats, and majority of the high schools do.
Thank you. No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I think just to kind of bring it to conversations that have been had, things in the media, the miscommunication, all that stuff that we're seeing, I think when we're talking, I hear so often the schools that are operating under different rules. That is not an NIA concern, that we're talking enrollment procedures, and there's nothing we can do as the NIA staff or the Board of Control to control those enrollment procedures, right? So the rules, not talking anybody for, but just general NIA rules are applied equally to every single school. And they have to be by statute, the privates and charters and publics all need to be treated equally. And so that's how we enforce it, but we can't control CCSD seats. We can't control how many seats a school has, just like each charter school has certain number of seats, capacity, they can't control that either. Private schools, same thing. They only have so many seats. Bunch of kids transfer out, then they can bring some more kids in. I mean, that's all school-based and size-based.
Yeah, Wade Polson for the record. I think the perception is AB 184 has created a one-time transfer for free just to go wherever you want. And maybe that is the intent in certain areas, I don't know, but they also have to follow the individual school districts' policies that they have in place. I think that's where the confusion becomes. I think that's why I asked the question, because in other school districts, you may be able to go across town, and transfer with the one-time transfer from AB 184. We have 2 high schools in Lincoln County, right? And so I don't know why you'd want to go from Lincoln County to Brannigan Valley and travel 75 miles a day one way, but you may want to, right? But that would be our school districts, whether we allow that to happen or not. And I think in the public perception, AB 184 says, oh, you can go to any school, one-time transfer, no matter what. And that's not the case.
Yeah,
They're still held within school district policy
Mr. Jackson.
Well, and I think it's also important to also understand that districts set their own zone boundaries.
Yeah.
I mean, they set the boundaries, they set the capacity, they set the enrollment procedures for their schools. Our regulations allow for you to use these transfer rules. But if the school says, I don't have enough seats in school A, you can't come here, that's not the NIA's fault. No, that becomes the district enrollment policy for procedure.
Good point. Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate this every time you bring this up, and it's very comprehensive.
I just have one question.
Absolutely.
Moving forward. So I can provide, the numbers won't be vastly different. I don't think there'll be a lot of different information, but I can provide at least one more in the June meeting. And then, fingers crossed, our NIA one-time transfer goes through. That data is not gonna be, this data is not really gonna be available exactly as is, because the one-time transfer will kind of mesh with the data and activate. So I just wanna, moving forward, it gives the board okay with kind of June being the end of this, with the hopes of the cumulative one-time transfer that is equally treating all the schools past for next year.
Sure.
That makes sense. I just wanna make sure that makes sense and I can plan accordingly.
Excellent. Okay, let's now turn to page 177. This is the fractional CEFO, Mr. Jackson.
I have begun exploring the option of hiring a fractional CFO for the NIAA. Obviously, we do not have the budget or the bandwidth to hire a full-on chief financial officer. The position would not be full-time, but instead we are considering it as a fractional. It's very common in practice for small businesses to do. Fractional CFO would be part-time contractual executive who offers high-level financial leadership while minimizing the costs associated with a full-time hire. It's important to note that this role will not replace the day-to-day bookkeeping duties currently handled by the NIAA. When I got the audit back, I started reaching out to auditors. I started to realize, well, I have budget knowledge. I do not have what I would consider budget expertise. I am not a financial genius by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not even allowed to check a checkbook in my own house. So I understand that. I'm on an allowance and I like that. It functions very well for me. But what I did realize is, as we move forward, I need someone who can project out, who can look at our budgets, see the trends and the patterns that are developing, and help us clean up the way we budget. And I don't think that it's a mess. I think what it means is it's just more of an in-depth look into that budget. The duties and responsibilities will include developing and monitoring budgets, overseeing financial reporting and forecasting, and ensuring compliance with accounting standards and regulatory requirements, and advising us on financial strategies. The role would include revenue analysis, risk assessment, internal control evaluation. They would support the audit preparation, guide long-term financial planning, and provide data-driven recommendations to inform executive decision-making for our office. With our limited financial infrastructure, it will improve our financial transparency as well. The one thing I did do is I reached out to 2 companies that would offer a review and take a look. And the one thing they asked was for auditors' view of our books. And I'm all about that. They're there, take a look. The one thing they both came back with immediately was, who's your bookkeeper? And I told them and they said, we'll keep her. She's doing a great job. And I love that. So I shared that with Ms. Holmes when they replied that back to me, she was doing such a great job. But the other thing they said was that we were doing a very good job with the finances because they could see a huge swing from one year to the next in the positive. But at the same time, I don't see it. I don't visually see it when I look at our books. I can't visualize that, but they can, and that's what they're there for. So I asked both of them to put together a bid for me to review in this position and how much it would be. And we're looking at, one person came back with a per hour charge and the other one came back with a flat rate charge. Still going through both of the offers to see what it looks like, but the flat rate charge is more, I can budget that out. There are limitations. They are, the CFO is not embedded in our office. They do not they don't have oversight from day to day. We continue to do our day to day. I likened it to the oversight that I'm familiar with when I worked in a building was we had a school banker. That was my bookkeeper. She took care of the checks and then the district provided the oversight of our books. And I liked that. The implications for the NIA include a shift towards a more strategic financial governance with a corresponding increase in permanent staffing. If you think about it this way, we have Sean, we have Kate, we have Bart as full-time staff. Those three. We have Ellen, who works as our officials coordinator at a very, I'm gonna say it publicly, underpaid amount for the amount of work you do, Ellen. Thank you very much. We have Ms. Holmes, who does our books at an hourly rate. We're looking at the potential of bringing on a fractional CFO at a substantially lower rate. So we are getting the work of what I would consider 3 key cogs in our association at the cost of less than 1 full-time person. We're getting great work at a low cost, and it would allow us to continue to develop that in that sense. I don't want to put more on Tia's plate as our office manager. I don't think this is something that should go to her. I think this is more of the high level oversight of our budgeting and our projections. Tia does a great job of keeping our online sales and our transactions great. She does our depositing. Everything is great there. I don't think that this is something that we could look at Ms. Holmes and Ms. Wonder and say, well, can we move those? No, they function in different areas in that sense. And I talked to Ms. Holmes about this. She liked the idea. So we're going to continue to look at that. I will tell you that I was moving this way a little bit more rapidly than I thought at first, until Fusion Sports came in with their offer to do our oversight of our standings in that level. But I do believe that we can make all of this work financially. I think it's smart for us. But I wanted to let the board know that you may be hearing about a new person coming on board with us in the office as I move forward. But I'm going to still continue those conversations with the 2 entities that I've met with and reviewed our books with, and want to continue to move in this direction, because I think it's important, because as we move forward as an association, looking worked with organizations of our size, of our valuation of the amount of money we transact with, and athletics. They have experience with some athletic entities, minor league baseball league out of California, club organizations and the like. So I'm very happy with where these conversations are going, and I'm getting to the point where it's one of those decisions, but I wanted to bring the board up to it and ask if there are any questions on this position for our staff. If not, you move right on this one.
All right, we've already talked about this before, right?
Fractional CFO, no, it's the first time we talked about.
What's the other one? Yeah, what was the other position? It was the legislative thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
lobbyist,
Lobbyist.
yeah. By the way, lobbyist is working out great, just so you know.
Good.
That's
Good,
going
good,
well.
I think this would be beneficial, to be honest with you, in the overall scheme of things and the financial things, and, you know, to give you more insight of what your budget actually looks like and the trends, so on and so forth. So, I would suggest bring it back if you could. I know there's nothing, it's just information.
Right.
Discussion.
Yep.
With cost.
With cost
Yep.
and everything, your recommendation,
Yep.
and we can go, I mean, Ms. Brockett.
Question, because I know earlier yesterday we talked about losing the auditor. So would they be able to also provide that same information? Would this be wrapped up into, you know,
They
something
can't
else we
perform
already
the
want?
audit, but they can prepare us for going into the audit. So they are not, it's like Jay couldn't do the audit because he was with us, but they could prepare it. And that to me is very, very key, because Ms. Holmes and I have talked about the audit as we go into it, and the reconciliation and all the pieces that go into it, making sure everything is in the right account. That was probably one of the things that we had to learn on the fly, was I would put a deposit into account A because that made sense to me. The auditors would come through and go, okay, why'd you put it here? It should go here. Where that chief financial officer could look at those and go, yeah, you need to move this to here, you need to move this to here. My firm belief is always this: as long as I can count for every dollar, I'll put it where they tell me to put it. We could account for every dollar and we put it where they told us, to put it, but I would like to have it done prior to going into that audit so that it's smoother. Perhaps doesn't take as long. And we get better information back. So, yep.
Do you have a potential cost?
Yeah, about $1,500 a month. That's where we're at with it right now. So it's, what is that? $1,500 a month is $18,000 a year. So if you look at $18,000 a year as opposed to hiring a full-time staff person, it does that. And I don't know if we would warrant a full-time chief financial officer at this time.
Any other comments, questions, suggestions? To bring this back, I think it'd be a good idea. You good with that?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna move on. Why is this always the last one of the meeting? Item number 31, please go to page 179, winter and spring ejection data and update. Ms. Townsend.
Ellen Townsend, fish liaisons, did save the best for last? That's last. All right, everybody. All right. Objections, page 180. As I say at the top, I'll give you some updates related to spring. You need to just update a little bit of the info on boys basketball. I'll go into what these mean in a second, but where it has an asterisk BC, it says 3 teams, that should be 5 for boys basketball, and it should say 27 players. Okay. And then under girls basketball, under BC with the asterisk, that should be 3 teams. And you can leave the players. So boys basketball, this is kind of the final numbers. We had a total of 74 ejections, and some of those included bench clearing situations, which I've kind of delineated below. The varsity, we had 35 ejections. 25 of those were players, 7 were coaches, and 3 were fans. We're seeing an uptick in fans. JV 32 players, 25 coaches were 7. And then the freshmen were B, it's 7 ejections, 5 were players, 1 coach, 1 fan. Girls basketball, pretty much see the numbers there. That third, when I said 3 teams, you need to put a little asterisk by the varsity. There was a varsity team that was involved in a bench clearing. 17 total, 11 players, 1 coach, 5 fans. Quite a few fans there. We even had one at the state basketball championship in at Worcester. Yeah. Go Sean. JV basketball, 22, 19 players, 3 coaches. Those were involved in probably the bench clearing JV. Flag football, we had 5, which was down from last year. 4 varsity, 3 players, 2 coaches, and then well, I should say 6. Kind of my off one. I could be just off on one of those. JVs, we had 1 coach. The most common reason for winter here would be violent conduct, fighting, or abusive language to the opponent or the official. So those are kind of the top 2 vote getters on the reasons for ejections. Then we go to spring. We have 21 as of the submittal of this report. It's up to 33. Baseball is where we're seeing the uptick, so you can add all 12 to baseball. And you can add most of those. There's probably 3 or 4 that are players that are in addition to what we have listed, and the rest of them are all coaches. So most of the ejections are coaches. Out of that U12, softball, pretty minor. We've got 3 total, and you can see how that's broken down. And then boys volleyball, got a player, coach, and a fan. Spring, most common thing is just abusive language to officials, especially baseball. Just continue to argue and argue and argue. That kind of thing. What we do have a little bit is, as schools are supposed to upload the certificates, when a coach or a player has completed the NFHS sportsmanship course or the modeling and behavior course, if it's a coach. You know, they're supposed to fill out our Google information through a form. We're still seeing schools aren't doing that. What I've noticed is some schools, I don't know for sure, they could just not be uploading it. The player or the coach could have taken the course, but they just haven't uploaded it. But I do see some for basketball where those haven't been done, even with some, I'll say a few calendar reminders by me to some specific schools that are related to bench clearing. But I do see, looking back, is sometimes these players or coaches are not taking this course until their season starts to begin the following year. So they're not taking it currently. They're waiting to like, okay, is the player gonna go out next year? Okay, take the course now, or the coach. That's kind of what it looks like, but I can't say for sure. Related to ejections, what I'm kind of looking at, especially, this is directly related to soccer. Trying to set up some sort of like soccer advisory committee. And we want to look at all those doxos that are ejections, you know, denying a goal scoring opportunity. Where a kid gets a yellow for a handball, gets another yellow for a handball. That's 2 yellows, it equals a red, you're gone. And so looking at that was, they're not really in violation of our sportsmanship regulation. And so I'm trying to put together a committee with, I have the soccer rules interpreter. I'm gonna get, you know, a northern southern official representative. I'm gonna look at coaches from the north and the south. Try to get in on that, and whether we're gathering data. There were probably 20 of those this soccer season. There could have been more, depends on how I classified it, had it, the words in there properly. Trying to look at that and figure out a way where maybe they submit a report, but it's not called a ejection report, but it's called something else. And take a look at that and then make a final decision on really, hey, is that an ejection or not? And there are other states that do this. North Carolina has been doing it for like 20 years, where they have, if someone has the 2 doxos, it's just called a disqualification. New Jersey and a couple other states, I've talked to Arizona a little bit, they have this policy where 2 yellows, the 2 doxos is considered not an ejectable offense. That's reviewed by their state office, the person that's their commissioner's officials. In North Carolina, it's just submitted differently. They don't really look at it, say yay or nay. I'm not sure how we'd want to do that yet, so I'm still kind of gathering information from the other states, getting their policies, what they have in place, and the 2 that are submitting policies to their boards or who they report to, see how they're written, the language, kind of how they propose that. But the data is kind of important, you know, that I've collected. Like I said, it's 20, could be more than that. I think this would be beneficial to not just the athlete, but the school, the team, athletic directors, like, you know, kid just did this. You know, why should they have an ejection? Well, the word ejection is associated with it. So, again, it wouldn't be one where if a kid had a, you know, handball and then the next time there was dissent, they're gone. That doesn't qualify. So we'd want to make sure we had some pretty good little guidelines onto this. But that's what I'm looking at. I've talked to a few people already about trying to get this committee together. I talked to Kate a little bit about the regulation and saying, you know, doxos don't qualify really under the sportsmanship reg to make them sit out. It's just because it has that word ejection tied to it. So I'll have more information at the next meeting. That you're interested still.
Thank you. So the spectator policy would be on the website?
Yep.
Beautiful.
And be sent to all schools, member
Good.
schools will get it.
Good. Penny, good. Thank you for the work. And I'm gonna tell you, I commend the schools that have made their parents set out a couple of games, because there has been a handful of schools that have done that. Alan, do you have any, I know I don't think we typically do this in the postseason. We have situations that we've come across recently and I don't know if it happens with back throwing, back tossing, celebration of. The other day, we had a player swing and toss the bat and went in the direction of the pitcher. I will tell you that this has been allowed to occur, but commend Larry Hanson for stepping in, and student was ejected, suspended for 2 games. And going forward, I know the communication has been there is none. Is this an issue statewide, or is this?
Ellen Townsend, official liaison. What I do know based on the ejections that I see is, I know in the north and the northeast, if someone is throwing their equipment, helmet, glove, bat, they eject them. I know, in speaking with Larry Hanson, you know, he sent out a directive to all the umpires and said, somebody throws this, they're ejected. Especially when, you know, he finds out it's occurred in other games, but nothing was done. So he wants to make sure that the message is out there and this is what we're doing.
And I want to ensure that that message is not just being sent to all the southern schools, that it's statewide, that if we have schools go up north and that is occurring, that's a safety issue.
Right.
I mean, I saw a video where young man hit a player, hit a home run, flipped the bat, ran the bases, rounding third, coming home, hit a home run, no fence, tosses his helmet. One of his, oh yeah, rounded third, came home right before he tosses his helmet, same kid. And then there's another one of his teammates, right in front of home plate, has a water bottle and does this. And nothing was done.
Right.
He scored at his teammate.
Yeah, and they were playing around. Nothing was done. That's just.
Right, I agree.
And I fought the school, I do. But I just think from this official standpoint, there needs to be, that's unacceptable.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I would
Sure.
say, you know, I can easily get with Mr. Jackson, and I've talked to Chris Haley. Chris Haley's the state baseball rules interpreter.
Yeah.
Who sent out some, you know, forwarded some things to me. And we can always send something out to the schools or, you know, the baseball coaches, however we want to distribute it, to just say, hey, here's a reminder about this in case for some reason you're not aware.
Yeah.
Whatever language we have, that, you know, bat throwing, helmet throwing, whatever.
This sounds like excessive celebration.
Yeah.
Very much.
Well, if you, in some of these cases, the bat throwing that I've seen the videos, it's intentional, you know, obviously, so.
Yeah, just as we transition into the regionals playoffs. Tim.
One of the other things that I heard a lot in my, when I send out my stuff for my liaison report, and I waited till this to bring it up. Obviously, if it's not easy being an umpire or referee, we understand that. There's been quite a few people, and I've actually witnessed it myself, where the referees or umpires don't do anything to get the games under control, and you can just see it spiral, and you can see kids getting louder, and you can see coaches, and they don't do anything, and then all of a sudden they're ejecting, and there's no warnings, no any, like a lot of people are asking, can we have the referees, umpires, whatever sport it is, do a little bit more taking over the game and saying, okay, you know what, this is it, we're not doing this anymore. Because like I've had that where that has happened and then it stops and then you don't get to the point of ejections. I don't condone any of the bad behavior for sure. But it does help when you have referees or umpires that are willing to, you know, give those warnings go ahead of time.
Ellen Townsend, official liaison. I know a little bit just from, I'll just call it general experience, is, you know, I've conducted lots of trainings for volleyball officials, and it can be trained and told this, and then
they don't do it when they.
That's what it is, and I equate that to sometimes like, well, you got these players that come out for your team, and you're telling them to do this and do that. What happens is, they just don't do it. But I will say, on the other hand, there are probably some umpires, officials out there who jump on something immediately, which I'm not sure that that's correct either, because suddenly someone's ejected for whatever reason it could be. You're like, wow, that was awful quick, you know, so that you've just done something else. So it's like the other side of the spectrum a little bit, you know?
You know, Ellen, we're gonna have to back this off. I guess we have tendencies to go down little rabbit holes here, so this is not part of the discussion, so. All right, appreciate the conversation, we'll get going. Let's go to item number 32, future items. Mr. Jackson? For the next, we're gonna bring back,
I have on my list of items that the board requested. Availability options, for future venues, return item number 26 and return item number 27.
and you're gonna bring back the fractional CFO.
Do I have to bring that back? Cause that's a staffing question. Did you just want the information if I do it? I mean, are you asking for approval or,
I'm not,
okay, so it's informational?
yeah, anybody else?
Cool.
You want it back? You want him to bring it back?
We have
Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to see the governance, conversation continue,
Yes, that's
perhaps a
on there.
little bit more in depth.
Yeah.
My own personal, opinion, anything outside of that, I'm not interested in personally.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so that CFO, we'll just let him handle it internally. That's the one. Yes, Kate?
I'll give Tia give her. I wrote everything down as we went, instead of having to call on every person, and then we could go if something's missing. Border rule discussion, statewide, which is, yeah, football. You wanted to hear more about statewide officials for lacrosse associations other than the North, so talking about those, making sure they're covered. The calendar for lacrosse, items 26 and 27. State wrestling, Tim to bring options, make it actionable so that we actually move forward on that or give some kind of authority on it. CFO information, if we pursue that, governance and governance training.
Yes. Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
And I do not mean to be or sound disrespectful, but on 26 and 27, I just want to be clear from my own side. I'm personally just interested in the governance part. I don't feel that it's necessary to go back and look at the CIF model or anything else until we deal with the root issue, in my opinion. So I don't want things out there that we're just becoming redundant, or I hate to say it, waste of time.
But I would.
That's my own.
Absolutely, but I also, for the sake of the conversation, this did come from Mr.
And I
Knott,
respect
and
that.
he has the right to present
Okay,
his, what, yeah,
sure.
thank you. Yes.
Just a couple of things for, the board policy for adding agenda items. Wanted to bring that back as the actual process, what that, as it says by the process of the association, so I know that was one piece. And then just, I think, spirit in general, information about the state championship, whatever we gather between now and then, probably be important to bring back for June. Because we need to, probably for planning purposes, districts need to know if they're sending kids places for money.
Yes, sir.
We'd also like to, for our June meeting, the SMAC committee, the Sports Medicine Advisory Committee. We'll be, if you could get that on the agenda, it'll be our yearly, our wrap up of what we've.
Anything else? Okay, we'll now go to agenda item number 33. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about any matter not on the agenda. Items raised during the portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedure of the open meeting law have been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that the said person please complete a yellow public comment card as submitted to the president before the opening of this item. A limit of 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a particular group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. We do have public comment.
Yes. All right, let me start my timer. Hello, Board of Control members. I am Jill Lawrence, varsity defense coordinator with Galena High School the past 4 years, and prior to that, I was coaching at Monty Ranch 11 years. My comments are my own and influenced by my experiences as well as conversations with many other northern coaches. First, if any clarification was ever needed to confirm Basic Foreman has successfully raised their program to a level above all others in Nevada, please see the X postings by the UC report, which covered Gorman's recent pro day. They showcased many current players with D1 level college offers and some with multiple Power 4 offers. Clearly more talent than any other team in Nevada. For the future realignment, it is recommended to allow teams to play Gorman to fill their schedule and allow them to test themselves, but Gorman, being clearly at a different level, would not be allowed to compete in football postseason play. Second, with regard to realignment placings, including regulation rules, it is recommended the North be allowed to adjust or delete relegation. Our public team, for example, comes from a school with approximately 1,280 students, arguably the smallest large public school in the state. Having success in the 5A3 2 years in a row, then being moved up to the new 5A resulted in us losing all league games at a higher level. We graduated a handful of very good players, and the public school with closed enrollment didn't have natural replacements. Now we're being relegated back down to the 4A. At the same time, there were teams such as Reno and McQueen that didn't want to be aligned down to the 4A were forced down, and others such as Douglas that wanted to be down but forced to stay up. School populations in the alignment formula should carry a higher weight. 3A is protected, and the northern enrolls have several teams with school populations of 1,500 plus, but Galena is forced to compete at 4A, 4A, 5A. Even Worcester has more students by approximately 1,500. Bottom line, let the North run their levels with or without relegation separate from the South. Thank you for your time, Coach Joe Lawrence.
Thank you. Just the one?
Just the one.
All right. Yes, sir. Domingo.
Clear, that was not just Gorman students at that project. There's students from every city or school in the city, because it was a thing for them to be timed by the UC report, just so we're aware of.
Thank you for that clarity. All right, everyone, with that said, we are